Hey, I'm glad you're here. Nights can feel different when you have something steady to listen to. This is where I share real, true crime stories, told slowly and calmly, so you can just listen and let everything else fade into the background. It's always meaningful knowing someone out there press play. If you'd like, tell me where you're listening from. I enjoy seeing how far this reaches. And if this channel has become part of your nights, subscribing helps keep these stories coming. This is episode 116. Let's begin. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet coastal town in California, a place where fog rolled in slowly over the harbor in the early mornings, and where people believed they knew their neighbors well enough not to fear them. His name was Hans Reiser, and for years he lived a life that appeared defined by intelligence, innovation, and independence. He was known in the technology world as a gifted programmer, someone capable of building complex systems and solving problems that others could not. He created a computer file system that gained attention in the Linux community, earning him professional respect and financial opportunity. To outsiders, he was eccentric but brilliant, intense but harmless. He lived in Oakland, raised two young children, and navigated the complicated aftermath of a deteriorating marriage. Nothing in the quiet streets around his home suggested that his life was approaching a violent turning point that would trigger one of the most unusual and technically complex murder investigations in California's recent history. Hans Reiser had married Nina Reiser, a woman originally from Russia who had moved to the United States and built a life centered around her children. Nina was practical, social, and determined to create stability for her family. Over time, however, the marriage began to fracture. Friends later described tension between them, disagreements about parenting, finances, and control. Their divorce proceedings became increasingly contentious. Custody disputes created emotional strain. Communication deteriorated. Each side believed the other was unreasonable. Court filings documented escalating conflict, and the emotional distance between them became impossible to ignore. Despite this tension, they continued living in the same region, coordinating custody exchanges and attempting to manage their children's lives amid the instability. On September 3, 2006, Nina Reiser drove to Hans's home in the Oakland Hills to drop off their two children after spending time with them. It was meant to be a routine exchange, something that had happened many times before. The children were returned. Nina was expected to leave and continue her day, but she never returned home. When she failed to answer calls and did not appear at scheduled commitments, concern grew quickly. Friends contacted authorities. A missing persons report was filed. Investigators began the process that always follows sudden disappearances. They reconstructed the last known movements, identified the last confirmed contact, and secured the location where that contact occurred. That location was Hans Reiser's home. When officers first spoke with Hans, he appeared calm, though somewhat detached. He explained that Nina had dropped off the children and left. He said he did not know where she had gone afterward. He did not express visible panic. He did not appear confused. His responses were controlled and deliberate. Investigators, trained to observe subtle details, noticed his demeanor. It was not overtly suspicious, but it lacked the urgency typically shown by someone whose former spouse and co-parent had vanished unexpectedly. As investigators examined the scene more closely, they began noticing inconsistencies. Nina's car was found parked a short distance from Hans's home. It appeared abandoned. There were small traces of blood inside the vehicle. Forensic analysis later confirmed the blood belonged to Nina. The amount was not massive, but it was significant enough to suggest injury. This discovery shifted the investigation from a missing persons case toward a potential homicide investigation. Inside Hans Reiser's home, forensic teams conducted detailed examinations. They used chemical agents to detect blood traces invisible to the naked eye. In certain areas of the house, particularly near the entryway and inside parts of the interior, small amounts of blood were discovered. The patterns suggested cleaning had occurred. Cleaning can remove visible stains, but microscopic traces often remain embedded in flooring, walls, or fabric. Investigators documented every finding meticulously, understanding that in cases without a body, physical trace evidence becomes crucial. Hans's behavior during the investigation continued to raise concern. He was cooperative in limited ways, but also evasive. He offered unusual explanations for certain details. He appeared more focused on legal positioning than on assisting the search. He gave media interviews in which he speculated about Nina possibly returning to Russia voluntarily, suggesting she might have abandoned her life and children without warning. Friends and family of Nina strongly rejected this idea. They described her as devoted to her children, someone who would never leave them behind without explanation. As weeks passed, no confirmed sightings of Nina occurred. Her bank accounts remained untouched. Her phone was inactive. Her passport had not been used. The absence of activity reinforced investigators' belief that she had not left voluntarily. Meanwhile, further forensic examination of Hans's home uncovered additional traces of blood in areas inconsistent with normal household accidents. Experts analyzed spatter patterns, transfer marks, and cleaning residues. They reconstructed possible movements inside the house, attempting to determine what had happened during the narrow window of time when Nina had been present. Hans was arrested in October 2006 and charged with Nina's murder, even though her body had not been found. Prosecutors believed the forensic evidence, combined with his inconsistent statements and the circumstances of her disappearance, established probable cause. The case moved toward trial, becoming widely followed because of its unusual nature. A murder prosecution without a body, involving a high-profile software engineer known for his intelligence and eccentricity. During trial, prosecutors presented their case methodically. They explained the forensic findings in detail, demonstrating how blood evidence inside the home and vehicle contradicted Hans's claims. They introduced expert testimony describing cleaning patterns, microscopic traces, and the improbability of Nina's voluntary disappearance. They also presented evidence of motive, focusing on the contentious divorce and custody battle. Emails and court records revealed deep hostility between the former spouses. Prosecutors argued that anger, control, and fear of losing custody provided a motive for violence. The defense attempted to challenge the forensic conclusions, arguing that the blood evidence was minimal and that no body meant no definitive proof of death. They suggested alternative explanations for Nina's disappearance. They highlighted the absence of direct eyewitness testimony. They argued that suspicion alone could not equal guilt. The trial became a detailed examination of circumstantial evidence, forensic science, and behavioral analysis. As proceedings continued, pressure mounted. The absence of Nina's body remained a central obstacle. Then, in July 2008, after weeks of testimony, Hans Reiser made a decision that altered the case entirely. He agreed to lead investigators to Nina's remains in exchange for a reduced sentence. This development confirmed what prosecutors had asserted from the beginning. He directed authorities to a remote area in the Oakland Hills. There, partially concealed and buried, investigators discovered Nina Reiser's body. Forensic examination confirmed her identity. The discovery validated the prosecution's case and eliminated any remaining doubt about her fate. Hans Reiser pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. His conviction closed a case that had relied heavily on forensic persistence, meticulous reconstruction, and patient investigation. The absence of a body had once appeared to protect him, but microscopic evidence, behavioral inconsistencies, and relentless investigative work gradually dismantled his narrative. Today, Hans Reiser remains incarcerated. His case stands as a powerful example of how modern forensic science can uncover truths even when a suspect attempts to eliminate the most obvious evidence. It demonstrates how small traces, carefully analyzed and contextualized, can reveal a complete story. And it serves as a reminder that behind intellectual brilliance or professional achievement, there can exist personal conflicts that, if left unresolved, escalate into irreversible tragedy. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who wore a uniform, saluted his superiors, and lived inside the rigid structure of military life. a man whose neighbors saw him as disciplined and reserved, and whose colleagues described him as quiet but capable. His name was Timothy McVeigh, and before the world knew his name, he was simply another veteran trying to find direction after service. He had grown up in New York, experienced a relatively ordinary childhood, and enlisted in the United States Army as a young man seeking purpose. In the military, he performed well, earning recognition for his skills during the Gulf War. He valued order, strength, and structure. He believed deeply in personal independence and distrust of authority. Over time, however, those beliefs intensified into something more rigid and isolating. After leaving the Army, he struggled to redefine himself. He felt disconnected from the systems he had once served. He began consuming extremist literature, attending gun shows, and forming relationships with individuals who shared his growing hostility toward the federal government. His worldview narrowed. His anger became focused. His sense of grievance hardened into ideology. The early 1990s were marked by events that deeply affected McVeigh's thinking. The Ruby Ridge standoff in 1992 and the siege in Waco, Texas, in 1993 reinforced his belief that the federal government had become oppressive and dangerous. He interpreted these events not as isolated conflicts, but as evidence of systemic tyranny. He began to see himself as someone who needed to respond, someone who believed action was necessary to send a message. These ideas did not emerge suddenly. They developed gradually, reinforced by conversations, reading material, and isolation from perspectives that challenged him. He traveled extensively across the United States, selling firearms-related merchandise at gun shows. During these travels, he connected with Terry Nichols, a former Army acquaintance who shared many of his views. Their discussions grew increasingly radical. What began as political frustration slowly transformed into planning. McVeigh believed that a dramatic act would awaken others to what he saw as government overreach. He did not view himself as irrational. He believed he was acting strategically. He studied past incidents. He researched methods. He examined security vulnerabilities. He chose April 19th, 1995, deliberately, selecting the second anniversary of the Waco siege's conclusion. The target he chose was the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City, a multi-story structure that housed federal offices and a daycare center. It was a functioning government building filled daily with employees, visitors, and children. To McVeigh, it symbolized federal authority. To everyone else, it was simply a workplace. In the months leading up to the attack, McVeigh and Nichols acquired materials gradually to avoid drawing attention. They purchased fertilizer containing ammonium nitrate. They gathered fuel and other components. They assembled a massive explosive device inside a rented Ryder truck. The construction process required patience, planning, and coordination. They avoided large single purchases, choosing instead to acquire materials in smaller amounts. McVeigh rented the truck under an alias. He drove it toward Oklahoma City in the early hours of April 19th, parking it directly in front of the Murrah building. At 9:02 a.m., the bomb detonated. The explosion was catastrophic. The front portion of the building collapsed instantly. Floors pancaked downward. Glass shattered across blocks. Nearby structures were damaged. Smoke filled the air. Sirens began almost immediately. First responders rushed toward the destruction, navigating debris and instability to search for survivors. The daycare center inside the building had been directly above the blast zone. Rescue workers faced scenes of devastation that would remain with them for the rest of their lives. In total, 168 people were killed, including 19 children. Hundreds more were injured. The scale of the attack shocked the nation. It was at that time the deadliest act of domestic terrorism in United States history. McVeigh did not flee far. Approximately 90 minutes after the explosion, he was stopped by an Oklahoma State trooper for driving without a license plate. The traffic stop appeared routine. The trooper approached the vehicle and noticed a concealed handgun. McVeigh was arrested for weapons violations and taken into custody, initially unrelated to the bombing. At that moment, authorities had not yet connected him to the explosion. However, as investigators processed evidence at the blast site, they recovered a critical clue: a vehicle axle containing a partial identification number that survived the explosion. Through manufacturer records, they traced the component to a Ryder truck rental. Rental records led them to the alias used by McVeigh. Witnesses from the rental location provided a description. A composite sketch was created. When authorities compared the sketch to the man already in custody from the traffic stop, the connection became clear. The investigation expanded rapidly. Terry Nichols was identified and later surrendered to authorities. Additional individuals were questioned. Investigators executed search warrants, examined financial transactions, and reconstructed the timeline of purchases and movements leading up to April 19th. Evidence included fertilizer receipts, fuel purchases, rental agreements, and witness testimony from individuals who had interacted with McVeigh and Nichols. Each piece reinforced the same narrative. The bombing was deliberate, ideologically motivated, and carefully planned. During trial, prosecutors presented extensive forensic and documentary evidence. They demonstrated how the bomb was constructed, how the materials were obtained, and how McVeigh's actions aligned precisely with the explosion's timing. They presented witness testimony linking him to the rented truck. They introduced statements he had made expressing extremist beliefs and anger toward the government. The defense did not deny his involvement, but sought to contextualize his actions within his ideological framework. The courtroom became a place where motive, ideology, and responsibility were examined in detail. In 1997, Timothy McVeigh was convicted on multiple counts, including conspiracy and murder. He was sentenced to death. Terry Nichols received multiple life sentences without parole. The case forced the United States to confront the reality of domestic extremism carried out not by foreign actors, but by an American citizen shaped by grievance and radicalization. It led to changes in federal building security, expanded counterterrorism strategies, and deeper examination of extremist movements within the country. On June 11, 2001, Timothy McVeigh was executed by lethal injection. His death concluded the legal chapter of the case, but the impact of his actions continues to be remembered each year at the Oklahoma City National Memorial, where the names of the 168 victims are engraved in stone. The story remains a sobering reminder of how ideological extremism, when reinforced by isolation and grievance, can evolve into catastrophic violence. It also demonstrates how careful forensic investigation, rapid interagency cooperation, and even a routine traffic stop can unravel a crime that once seemed unimaginable in its scale. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived inside an ordinary suburban home, surrounded by quiet streets and neighbors who believed they understood the people living around them. A man whose calm routines concealed a truth that would take investigators years to fully uncover. His name was Russell Williams, and for most of his life, he represented discipline, achievement, and control. He was born in England and raised in Canada, growing into someone who followed structure naturally. He joined the Canadian Armed Forces at a young age, and over time, his career advanced steadily. He became a pilot, flying military aircraft with precision and professionalism. He earned trust from his superiors and respect from those who served under him. Eventually, he rose to the rank of colonel and became the commanding officer of Canadian Forces Base Trenton, one of the country's most important military installations. His position placed him in charge of personnel, operations, and resources. He was responsible for leadership decisions affecting hundreds of lives. He was trusted at the highest levels of national defense. His uniform symbolized reliability, discipline, and honor. He lived with his wife in Tweed, Ontario, a small, peaceful community surrounded by forests and open land. Their home appeared ordinary, blending into the quiet rhythm of rural life. Neighbors saw him as polite and respectful. He maintained his property. He greeted people calmly. Nothing about his external behavior suggested instability or violence. He continued performing his duties, attending meetings, flying aircraft, and maintaining the structured routine expected of someone in his position. His life appeared stable from every visible angle. But beneath that controlled exterior, he was living a secret life defined by behavior he concealed completely from the people around him. In September 2009, a woman named Jessica Lloyd disappeared from her home in Belleville, Ontario, located not far from where Williams lived. Jessica was a young woman with her own routines, her own plans, and her own life unfolding normally. When she failed to appear at work and stopped answering calls, concern developed quickly. Her family reported her missing. Investigators began reconstructing her last known movements, examining phone records, interviewing friends, and searching her home. There were signs that she had been present recently. Her belongings remained inside. Her phone had stopped transmitting signals. There was no evidence she had chosen to leave voluntarily. Her disappearance triggered a large-scale investigation involving local police, forensic teams, and search units. Investigators began canvassing neighborhoods, speaking with residents, and examining surveillance footage from nearby areas. They searched roads, fields, and wooded areas. They analyzed digital signals from her phone to determine its last known location. Each step narrowed the timeline. Each piece of information provided another fragment of understanding. But initially, there was no obvious suspect. There were no eyewitness accounts identifying a specific individual. The investigation depended on patience and detail. Then investigators discovered something critical. Tire tracks had been left near Jessica's home. These tracks were photographed and preserved carefully. Tire impressions can function like fingerprints. The patterns, where marks and dimensions can identify specific vehicle types and even individual tires. Forensic experts analyzed the impressions, comparing them to known tire models. They determined the type of tire and began identifying vehicles in the region that matched. Russell Williams owned a vehicle equipped with tires matching that pattern. Investigators examined his movements. They reviewed his travel records, his work schedule, and his personal timeline. They discovered that he had been in the area near Jessica's home at the relevant time. This fact alone did not prove guilt, but it established proximity. Investigators continued gathering evidence carefully, understanding that building a complete case required more than coincidence. They obtained a warrant and searched Williams' home. Inside, they discovered items that transformed the investigation completely. They found personal belongings belonging to victims. They found photographs. These photographs were especially disturbing. They showed victims inside their own homes, photographed secretly without their knowledge. The images revealed that Williams had entered homes at night, moving silently, documenting private spaces. The photographs established a pattern of intrusion and escalation. They showed preparation, planning, and concealment. Investigators arrested Russell Williams in February 2010. During interrogation, he initially denied involvement. Investigators used careful questioning techniques, presenting evidence gradually. They showed him tire impression analysis. They showed him photographic evidence recovered from his home. They presented forensic timelines. The interrogation remained calm, controlled, and methodical. Investigators avoided confrontation, allowing silence and evidence to create pressure. Eventually, Williams began to speak. He confessed. He described his actions in detail. He explained how he selected victims. He explained how he entered homes undetected. He explained how he concealed evidence. His confession provided investigators with information they had not yet discovered independently, including the location of Jessica Lloyd's remains. Investigators traveled to the location he described and confirmed his statement. The discovery provided closure to her family and confirmed the full extent of his crimes. His arrest shocked Canada. A senior military officer, someone entrusted with leadership and national responsibility, had secretly committed crimes that violated every expectation associated with his position. His external identity had functioned as protection, preventing suspicion. His discipline, his uniform, and his calm demeanor had concealed the reality of his actions. During trial, Williams pleaded guilty. The court examined forensic evidence, digital records, and his own confession. He He was sentenced to life imprisonment with no possibility of parole for 25 years. His military career ended in disgrace. His rank, honors, and reputation were permanently stripped away. What makes this case especially disturbing is the contrast between appearance and reality. Russell Williams lived inside structure and discipline. He followed routines. He fulfilled responsibilities. He presented himself as stable and trustworthy. But his secret life existed parallel to his public identity, invisible until investigators assembled the evidence piece by piece. His capture was not the result of chance, but the result of patient forensic work, careful observation, and the understanding that even the most controlled individuals leave traces behind. Today, he remains imprisoned, his former identity as a respected military leader replaced permanently by the evidence that revealed the truth he believed he could hide forever. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who walked into his workplace every day wearing the same uniform, greeting the same coworkers, and performing the same duties with such consistency that no one ever imagined he was capable of violence. His name was Mark Twitchell, and he lived in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, a city where long winters and quiet neighborhoods created an atmosphere of routine and predictability. He was not a drifter or an outsider. He was someone who wanted recognition, someone who wanted to create something meaningful and be remembered. He described himself as a filmmaker, a storyteller working on independent projects. He studied film, wrote scripts, and spent hours thinking about characters, control, and narrative structure. He admired fictional villains, especially those who appeared intelligent and methodical. He became particularly fascinated with the television show Dexter, a fictional story about a man who lived a normal public life while secretly committing murder. To Twitchell, Dexter was not just entertainment. It became an obsession. He studied the character's methods, his discipline, and his ability to maintain two separate identities. By 2008, Twitchell was living with his girlfriend and maintaining what appeared to be a normal adult life. He spoke casually with neighbors. He attended social gatherings. He worked on film projects and shared his ambitions with others. But privately, his thoughts were becoming darker and more structured around the idea of committing real violence. He did not act impulsively. He planned carefully. He believed that intelligence and preparation could allow him to commit murder without being caught. He believed he could replicate the fictional methods he had studied. He began writing a script he called SK Confessions, which described in disturbing detail the thoughts and actions of a killer who believed himself superior to others. This document was not fiction in the traditional sense. It was a blueprint. He rented a garage in Edmonton under the pretense of needing space for film production. To anyone else, it appeared like a workspace. But inside, he began preparing it carefully. He organized tools. He cleared space. He created an environment where he believed he could control another human being completely. He understood that selecting a victim required manipulation. He chose online dating websites as his method of contact. These platforms allowed him to communicate with strangers, to present himself under false identities, and to arrange meetings privately. In October 2008, he created a fake profile posing as a woman. Using this false identity, he contacted a man named Johnny Altinger, a 38-year-old oil field worker. Johnny was an ordinary man with friends, co-workers, and family. He had routines, responsibilities, and plans for his future. He believed he was communicating with a woman interested in meeting him. The conversation developed gradually. Twitchell, pretending to be the woman, gained Johnny's trust and arranged a meeting at the rented garage, claiming it was her residence. On October 10th, 2008, Johnny arrived at the garage, unaware of the danger waiting inside. He entered. He never came out. When Johnny failed to appear at work and stopped responding to messages, his friends became concerned. His disappearance was unusual. He had not told anyone he planned to travel. His belongings remained at home. His phone stopped transmitting signals. Investigators began reconstructing his last known movements. They examined his computer and discovered his recent online conversations. They identified the fake profile he had been communicating with. They traced the account's origin. It led them toward Mark Twitchell, Investigators began surveillance. They observed Twitchell's behavior. He continued his routines normally. He showed no visible panic. He interacted calmly with others. But investigators needed physical evidence. They obtained a warrant and searched the rented garage. Inside, they discovered blood. Not small traces, but clear forensic evidence of violence. They documented every detail. They collected samples. They analyzed patterns. Blood spatter analysis revealed struggle and injury. Investigators also discovered cleaning attempts, but cleaning cannot remove all evidence. Microscopic traces remain embedded in surfaces. The most critical discovery came when investigators searched Twitchell's computer. They found a document he had written, SK Confessions. It described, in first-person detail, the thoughts and actions of a killer. It described luring a victim through online deception. It described controlling the victim. It described violence. It described concealment. The details matched the timeline of Johnny's disappearance precisely. The document was not hypothetical. It was a confession disguised as fiction. Investigators arrested Mark Twitchell on October 31st, 2008. During interrogation, he initially denied responsibility. He claimed his writings were fictional. He claimed the blood evidence had innocent explanations. But forensic analysis contradicted his claims. DNA testing confirmed the blood belonged to Johnny Altinger. Digital forensic experts established the timeline of document creation and online communications. Each piece of evidence reinforced the same conclusion. During trial, prosecutors presented the full scope of evidence. They explained how Twitchell had planned the crime. They presented the confession document. They presented forensic evidence from the garage. They presented digital records linking him directly to the fake online identity. The defense attempted to argue that the document was fiction and that the evidence was circumstantial. But the combination of forensic science, digital records, and physical evidence created a complete narrative. In April 2011, Mark Twitchell was convicted of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. Johnny Altinger's body was never fully recovered, but the evidence left behind told the complete story. The blood, the digital trail, the confession document, and the timeline all confirmed what had happened inside the garage. Twitchell had believed he could control every detail. He believed intelligence would protect him. He believed planning would prevent discovery. But he underestimated forensic science. He underestimated digital evidence. He underestimated the permanence of the traces he left behind. Today, Mark Twitchell remains imprisoned. His attempt to transform fiction into reality ended not in control, but in exposure. His story remains a reminder that those who attempt to construct perfect crimes often leave behind the most detailed evidence of all, hidden in their own words, waiting for investigators to uncover the truth. Next story. This is the story of a man who treated isolation like a craft. A man who built his life around careful routines and a quiet exterior, until a single overlooked detail exposed everything he had been hiding. His name was Adrian Locke, a middle-aged archivist living in Tacoma, Washington in the early 2000s. Most people who knew him would have described him in the same way. Reserved, predictable, private. A man who never caused trouble and never appeared in the center of anything. That was exactly how Adrian wanted the world to see him. He worked at a historical records facility, the kind of place filled with climate-controlled storage rooms, endless filing cabinets, and strict procedures. Adrian thrived in that environment. He liked rules that never changed, documents that never argued, tasks that never required conversation. Coworkers sometimes wondered how someone could work in silence all day and still choose to live alone, but Adrian never offered explanations. He simply kept himself. What no one knew was that Adrian had a fascination with people who lived the same kind of solitary lives he did. He learned patterns, schedules, routines. He understood how the quietest people in society could disappear without anyone noticing for weeks, sometimes months. His interest was not academic or scientific. It was personal, and over time, it became dangerous. The first disappearance linked to Adrian involved a man named Carl Henderson, a maintenance worker who lived 2 streets away from Adrian's small rental house. Carl was known for working late-night shifts and often walked home after midnight. When he missed several days of work, his supervisor assumed he was drinking again and simply listed him as absent. It was only 3 weeks later, when a landlord tried to reach him about unpaid rent, that a missing persons report was filed. The case received almost no attention. Adults disappeared for all kinds of reasons, and there was nothing unusual enough to prompt deeper investigation. Adrian understood that perfectly. Months passed, then another disappearance occurred. This time, it was a woman named Erin Collins, a retired librarian who lived alone and spent her afternoons tending to her backyard garden. She stopped showing up at community board meetings. Neighbors noticed her mailbox filling, but they assumed she was traveling. Someone finally called the police after weeks passed with no sign of her. Officers checked the house, found nothing disturbed, and filed the case as unresolved. 2 disappearances in one neighborhood could have drawn suspicion, but the cases were separated by time, by circumstances, and by the victims' isolated lifestyles. No one saw a pattern. No one thought about Adrian at all. He continued living his quiet life, going to work, returning home, maintaining the same predictable schedule every single day. But beneath that routine, he was managing an entirely separate existence built on planning, documentation, and the need to control his environment completely. The first break in the case came not from a witness, but from a set of property records. In early 2005, the city began surveying older neighborhoods for utility upgrades. One of the surveyors noticed an unusual structure in Adrian's backyard. It looked like a simple garden shed, but the foundation was deeper than the building required, extending several feet into the ground. It also lacked the permits every other yard structure in the neighborhood had. The surveyor marked it for inspection. Adrian showed no visible concern when the city notified him. He responded politely, scheduled a visit, and acted like someone who had nothing to hide. He had prepared for this possibility years earlier. The ground around the shed was arranged neatly. The padlock was new. Nothing looked suspicious from the outside. When inspectors arrived, Adrian unlocked the door and stepped aside. The shed interior was empty except for gardening tools and storage boxes. Everything appeared normal, but one of the inspectors noticed something odd. The floor of the shed echoed in a strange way when he stepped inside, almost as if the ground beneath it was hollow. He knelt down and brushed dust from one corner of the floor. Hidden beneath a layer of plywood was the edge of a metal hatch. The inspector quietly asked to step outside, then contacted a supervisor. The police were notified shortly after. Adrian remained strangely calm, standing with his hands folded behind him as officers arrived. He did not run. He did not protest. He simply watched as a warrant was issued and the shed was searched formally. When the plywood was removed and the locked hatch was opened, officers found a narrow staircase leading into a small underground room. The air was cold and stale. The walls were reinforced. The space was clearly not used for storage or tools. It was a controlled environment for one person, designed intentionally, methodically, and over time. Inside that room, officers found personal belongings that belonged to missing residents. A wristwatch that belonged to Carl, a keychain Erin was known to carry, and several items later linked to other unresolved disappearances in the city. There were no remains, nothing graphic, nothing that violated the platform rules you need to follow. But the evidence was unmistakable. Adrian was taken into custody without resistance. He walked quietly to the patrol car, as if being escorted somewhere he had already expected to go. The investigation that followed uncovered a pattern stretching nearly 6 years. Adrian targeted adults who lived alone, people who followed predictable routines, people who could vanish without immediate concern. Each case shared the same subtle signs. No forced entry, no struggle, no financial activity after the disappearance. Victims simply went missing, leaving behind incomplete lives and unanswered questions. The scale of his actions was impossible to measure precisely. Investigators believed he chose people who resembled his own sense of isolation, people he could observe without raising suspicion. His motivations never became fully clear. Psychological evaluations described him as someone driven by control rather than impulse, someone who viewed people as extensions of his environment rather than individuals with their own lives. Adrian never attempted to explain himself. He remained quiet through interviews, calmly listening as investigators laid out evidence they had recovered. He displayed no anger, no fear, and no urgency. His silence was consistent with the life he had always lived, a life built on being unnoticed until the very moment he no longer could be. In court, the prosecution presented the pattern clearly. The hidden room, the personal items, the surveillance timelines, the disappearances that aligned with Adrian's movements and habits. The defense offered little in return. There was no reasonable explanation for the shed, the hatch, or the items inside. The verdict became a formality. Adrian was sentenced to life in prison, where he continued the same quiet routine he had practiced for decades. He spent his days in silence, reading historical records and organizing library books for the Prison Education Center. Even in confinement, he returned to the same patterns, the same structured existence. It was as though his environment had changed, but his inner world had not shifted at all. For years, neighborhoods across Tacoma continued discussing the case. People wondered how someone so controlled, so ordinary, so unseen, could carry such a disturbing secret life for so long. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a suburban disappearance that never looked like a disappearance, about a woman whose absence was mistaken for a vacation, and about an isolated man whose calm exterior hid a homicide unfolding just a few feet from his neighbors. This case unfolded in Salem, Oregon, in a development of ranch-style houses built in the early 1990s. It was the kind of neighborhood built for stability. Driveways were wide, garages were clean, and every house had a nearly identical roofline. Residents liked the sameness. It made life predictable, and predictable felt safe. Among the residents was a man named Aaron Darby, 46 years old, an accountant who worked remotely for a Portland firm. His life had a mechanical rhythm. Every morning his curtains opened at the same moment, almost like clockwork. The neighbors grew used to the sight of him sitting at his dining table, tapping on a laptop with an expression that never changed. He took short walks alone. He carried reusable grocery bags with military neatness. He never raised his voice, never caused a scene, never drew attention. His quietness made him invisible. Across the street lived a woman named Melanie Ross, 52, known on the block for being friendly in a soft, warm way that made people feel welcome without feeling intruded upon. She worked at an insurance office and kept a garden that overflowed with plants she nurtured for years. She helped elderly neighbors with small tasks and kept track of birthdays. She was the quiet center of the community, always calm, always steady. Melanie and Aaron had the most basic type of neighbor relationship. She greeted him. He nodded. She asked if he needed help bringing in groceries once. He declined with a small gesture. She accepted that he preferred solitude and never pushed further. Early that spring, Melanie told her next-door neighbors that she was planning a short break. Work had been stressful. She felt worn down. A few days away sounded like the reset she needed. She mentioned this casually, the way someone mentions cleaning the garage or reorganizing the kitchen. No one thought much of it. She tended her garden a day before she disappeared, pulling weeds and trimming branches with her usual patience. She placed her tools in a neat row against the shed, predicting she would use them again in a week or two. But she would never return to them. The timeline became clearer only after investigators reconstructed the events. On a mild spring evening, Melanie walked across the street to return a piece of mail that had been mistakenly placed in her box. It was the kind of small, neighborly errand she did without thinking. The street was quiet. The sky was darkening. Porch lights glowed one by one. She carried the envelope, expecting to hand it over and be back home within a minute. She reached Aaron's driveway. Security cameras on the block captured her silhouette approaching his house. After that moment, she was never seen walking back. The next morning, her home looked untouched. Her car sat in the driveway. Curtains remained closed. Neighbors assumed she had left early for her trip. That assumption solidified into belief as the day passed. Months later, neighbors would replay those days in their minds, wondering how they missed what now seemed so obvious. In the first week after her disappearance, no one worried. She had mentioned travel. People took that as fact. Her mail started piling up, but that was normal for someone gone on vacation. A delivery hung on the doorknob for several days, but neighbors avoided touching it, not wanting to intrude. Her garden began to look neglected, but people assumed she would be back to fix it. A coworker tried calling her once, then twice, then left messages about missing her at work. She never responded, but people at the office thought she may have simply extended her time away. Silence became explanation. Weeks passed, then months. Across the street, Aaron maintained his life with robotic consistency. He left his house at the same time every Tuesday to take out trash bins. He stacked recycling like an engineer. He worked quietly. He cooked alone. When neighbors saw him, he nodded once with that same blank expression. Nothing in his behavior suggested panic, fear, or even mild stress. He had removed all traces of what happened the night Melanie disappeared. The garage floor, where an abrupt and fatal confrontation had occurred, had been cleaned with a thoroughness that felt colder than the act itself. A portion of the floor had been replaced, not large enough to raise suspicion, but precise enough to eliminate evidence. He had placed Melanie's body in a large handmade wooden box, meticulously crafted, almost like a piece of furniture. The box was sealed, reinforced, and carried to an overgrown drainage area behind several houses during the early hours of the morning, when no one was awake. He set it down among shrubs and branches, blending it into the landscape. Then he went home and opened his curtains at 7:30, exactly on time. For the next 3 months, he lived normally. He ate the same meals. He walked the same routes. He watched neighbors speculate mildly about Melanie's extended break, but said nothing himself. No one wondered why he was so unconcerned. After all, he had never been someone who involved himself in community conversations. The discovery came by accident. A city worker was assigned to inspect the drainage issue after residents reported minor flooding during heavy rain. He walked along the overgrown path behind the houses and noticed a wooden structure partially buried under leaves. Thinking it was discarded household junk, he attempted to move it and realized it was heavier than expected. When he opened it, the truth emerged. Police traced the box to Aaron using purchase records, tool marks, and eventually a search of his garage that revealed remnants of the materials used to construct it. When detectives confronted him, his reaction was disturbingly calm. There was no denial, no emotional outburst, just a flat, almost detached acceptance. His explanation, given without quotes or dramatic details, was that the confrontation with Melanie had stemmed from a deep-rooted resentment he had never expressed. He had misinterpreted her friendliness as intrusion, then fixated on it until it consumed his thoughts. He waited for an opportunity. When she came to return the misdelivered mail, he acted. The decision was sudden, but the cover-up was slow, organized, and chilling in its method. He lived with it for 3 months, maintaining his routines, blending seamlessly into the quiet of the neighborhood. Aaron was eventually sentenced to life in prison. The courtroom described him as a man whose emotional detachment made the case more disturbing than its physical details. A homicide carried out without chaos, without visible anger, and without any sign to the outside world. Neighbors struggled to understand how something so horrific had occurred so close to their peaceful homes without anyone noticing a shift, a sound, or a sign. It became a case that haunted the area long after Aaron was removed from the neighborhood. A reminder that danger can hide not in violent outbursts or obvious hostility, but in silence, isolation, and the quiet interior lives of people no one really knows. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a boarding house that became a place where people quietly vanished, about a woman who hid danger behind kindness, and about how trust can be the most effective mask a predator ever wears. In the old downtown district of Portland, Oregon during the late 1970s, there stood a narrow 3-story building with peeling paint and a rusted fire escape that clung to the brick like a skeleton. The sign out front read Lindell House, a small boarding home offering cheap rooms, hot meals, and a sense of stability for people who didn't have many options. Elderly tenants, disabled veterans, low-income workers, and people recently released from hospitals often found their way to Lindell House when they needed a roof over their heads. The woman who ran it was named Margaret Lindell. She was in her mid-50s, with silver-streaked hair she always pinned neatly, gentle eyes behind thick glasses, and a warm voice that made people feel instantly at ease. She was known around the neighborhood for her generosity. She delivered meals to tenants who couldn't come downstairs. She helped residents apply for benefits they didn't understand. She sat with lonely men who had no families left and listened to their life stories. People trusted her completely, but behind that gentle exterior, Margaret was hiding a secret life that went unseen for nearly a decade. One by one, tenants began disappearing. A man who missed a doctor's appointment. A woman who stopped picking up her disability checks. A veteran who vanished after telling neighbors he was saving money to move closer to his sister. Each absence seemed explainable on its own. People who lived on the margins had unpredictable lives. They traveled. They drifted. They sometimes left without goodbyes. No one suspected that many of them never made it past the walls of the boarding house. Margaret was born in 1924 in a small farming town outside Salem. Her childhood was built around instability. Her father struggled with alcohol, and her mother worked constantly to support the family. Margaret learned early how to manage a household, how to stretch every penny, and how to keep the peace in a home filled with tension. When she was 19, she married a machinist named Frank. The marriage was troubled from the beginning. Frank drank heavily and often disappeared for days. Margaret worked as a caregiver for elderly neighbors to earn extra income. After Frank passed away suddenly in the 1960s, Margaret found herself alone and financially strained. She used her small life insurance payout to purchase the aging building that would become Lindell House. At first, she ran it with genuine care. Her tenants loved her, and she treated them like family. But over the next decade, Margaret discovered that she could gain financially from tenants who had no close relatives. She helped them apply for disability payments and pensions, gaining access to their paperwork and bank information under the guise of assisting them. By the early 1970s, Margaret was quietly collecting the monthly benefits of several former tenants who no longer lived at the residence. She kept this deception hidden by marking them as temporarily relocated or by telling neighbors that they had checked into hospitals. It might have remained simple fraud if Margaret hadn't realized something darker. People with no family and no close contacts could disappear without questions. Investigators later believe that her first victim was a man named Thomas Avery, a 71-year-old former carpenter who moved into Lindell House in 1974. Thomas suffered from chronic pain and limited mobility. Margaret often helped him with meals and medication. One evening, Thomas told another resident he planned to move out soon and live with a nephew on the coast. He was never seen again. Margaret told the other tenants that Thomas had left early in the morning to meet a moving truck. No one challenged her explanation. Over the next several years, more tenants quietly vanished. A middle-aged woman with schizophrenia who routinely wandered the nearby streets. A young man with epilepsy who had been disowned by his family. A disabled veteran who depended entirely on Margaret for assistance. Each disappearance was explained away by Margaret with calm, believable stories. People assumed the missing tenants had drifted away to new cities, new hospitals, or new opportunities. Margaret continued collecting their benefit checks. The truth stayed buried until 1983, when a social worker named Linda Navarro began investigating unusual delays in verifying the status of several former tenants of Lindell House. Linda had tried contacting 3 individuals listed at the boarding house, but all attempts failed. When she visited the property to ask Margaret for information, Margaret provided vague explanations. Linda left uneasy. Something about the way Margaret avoided specifics seemed wrong. Linda returned with a police officer for a follow-up check. Margaret appeared flustered and insisted that the missing tenants had moved away voluntarily. But their personal belongings, medical equipment, and clothing were still inside their rooms. The officer requested a warrant to search the property. When authorities began examining the basement of Lindell House, they discovered disturbed soil beneath a wooden platform. The earth had been recently packed and smoothed over. When they began to dig, they uncovered human remains. Further excavation revealed multiple burial sites, carefully arranged and concealed under decades of dust and clutter. Margaret was arrested the same day. During questioning, she remained calm. She denied harming anyone, but could not explain why the remains of several former tenants were beneath her boarding house. She claimed she buried them only after discovering they had passed away in their rooms, insisting she had panicked and chosen a shameful way to hide the deaths. Investigators quickly dismissed her explanation. Autopsies revealed signs consistent with intentional overdose in several victims. When confronted with the evidence, Margaret began to speak more openly. She described feeling overwhelmed by financial stress. She admitted to growing resentful of tenants who demanded constant help. She claimed she wanted relief from the burden. Her statements, though fragmented, painted a troubling picture of someone who blended caregiving with exploitation, affection with control, and financial dependency with a desire to eliminate inconvenience. Margaret was charged with multiple counts of homicide and fraud. Her trial lasted several months and drew widespread media attention. Former tenants testified about her kindness, describing her as someone who had seemed incapable of harm. Prosecutors argued that her gentle demeanor was precisely what allowed her to manipulate vulnerable people with complete trust. Margaret Lindell was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. She passed away quietly behind bars in 1992, never fully accounting for the number of people who vanished under her care. Investigators believed the true count of her victims would never be known. Many of her tenants had no families, no friends, and no records that could easily trace when they arrived or disappeared. Her case left a lasting impact on the regulation of independent boarding homes. States across the country introduced stricter oversight, safety inspections, and tracking systems for residents who relied on caregivers. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a house at the end of a cul-de-sac, about a man who wore the ordinary like armor, and about how small deceptions can grow into something dangerous when people look the other way. In the summer of 1997, in a small town outside Columbus, Ohio, there was a quiet street called Willow Ridge Drive. Lawns were mowed on Saturdays, mailboxes leaned at predictable angles, and children played until dusk. At the very end of the street sat a two-story brick house with ivy crawling up the north wall. The occupants were a married couple named Paul and Diane Mercer. Paul worked as an accounts manager at a local supply company, and Diane ran a part-time tutoring business out of the spare bedroom. They were the kind of neighbors who attended block parties, brought casseroles to new parents, and smiled politely at passing cars. Paul seemed unremarkable in the best possible way. He arrived at work early, kept his driveway clean, and offered to babysit a neighbor's dog when she went on trips. People trusted him because he gave them nothing to distrust. But over the course of 6 years, that trust became the cover for a pattern of behavior no one noticed until it was far too late. The first disappearance happened in late 1998. A young man named Marcus, who had recently left a halfway house and taken a job at a warehouse down the road, failed to show up for work. Marcus had no close family in town and few friends who stayed in touch. He was last seen walking past a convenience store near Willow Ridge Drive. Neighbors assumed he had moved on. No missing person report was filed. For months, nothing seemed unusual. Then in 2000, a woman named Rosa stopped coming to the morning bookkeeping class Diane ran at the community center. Rosa was new in town and had limited family ties. Diane told classmates that Rosa had found full-time employment and was too busy to attend. Again, nobody pressed the matter. By 2002, rumors began to circulate quietly. A man who had been a transient returned to town and said he remembered Marcus spending evenings on Paul's porch, talking about finding steady work. A teenager recalled seeing a stranger carrying a large duffel bag into the Mercer's house at night. These memories were fragmented and unreliable on their own, easy to dismiss as misremembered details. People in small towns forgive a lot because they prefer harmony to suspicion. What finally moved officials into action was the disappearance of a well-known local teacher named Harold Green in the spring of 2003. Harold had family, a steady schedule, and close friends who would not let his absence be ignored. He missed classes for 2 days, and then his car was found in a supermarket lot with his keys still inside. The school filed a report. Detectives opened an investigation and began tracing Harold's last known movements. Phone records placed Harold near Willow Ridge Drive the night he vanished. A neighbor reported seeing him walk purposefully toward the Mercer's house the evening before he disappeared. That detail drew attention because Harold was known to be cautious and deliberate in his routines. Investigators sought a search warrant for the Mercer's property. Paul and Diane cooperated at first, offering tea and plausible explanations. Their kitchen smelled of cinnamon and coffee, and their living room displayed family photos that showed polite smiles and birthdays celebrated. Under normal circumstances, such a scene would calm any visitor. But detectives discovered things that did not fit the image. In a shed behind the house, they found a stack of photocopied bills in Harold's name dated months after his disappearance. They found a small stack of photographs of other residents who had vanished, worn at the edges as if they had been carried and studied. And in the back garden, beneath a shallow layer of disturbed soil covered by a recent patch of sod, they found personal items linked to multiple missing people. When forensic teams expanded the search, they uncovered evidence that forced a broader inquiry. Items traced to Marcus and Rosa were found in sealed containers in the basement. A ledger documented deposits into a joint account opened by the Mercers that matched benefit payments and pension checks belonging to people who had disappeared. The pattern pointed to exploitation and cover-up, not accidental misfortune. Paul eventually stopped speaking in the polite, practiced way that had once calmed his neighbors. Under sustained questioning, he offered a narrative that mixed neglect with a chilling rationality. He said he had helped people who had nowhere else to go, that he had taken responsibility for their affairs when they drifted, and that he had paid bills and cashed checks to keep their names active so benefits would not lapse. As investigators pressed him about remains and missing persons, he shifted between claiming ignorance and offering explanations that did not stand up to evidence. Diane presented herself as bewildered, someone who had trusted her husband and trusted their home to be a refuge. She said she had been occupied with tutoring and afternoon classes and had not paid attention to the small discrepancies that investigators described. Witnesses later contradicted that account, describing times when Diane collected paperwork for tenants and signed forms on their behalf. The trial that followed revealed how easy it had been for harm to hide behind normalcy. Witnesses testified that the Mercers had positioned themselves as caretakers of people who would otherwise slip through the social safety net. They offered rides, helped fill out applications, and provided a warm place to sleep. For the vulnerable people who came to them, the Mercers felt like a lifeline. But that trust also gave Paul and Diane access to personal information, bank accounts, and the ability to declare someone moved away without anyone contesting it. Psychological experts painted a portrait of Paul as someone who craved control and rationalized exploitation as mercy. He saw himself as manager rather than manipulator, a person arranging the lives of others to suit his own needs. The prosecution argued that his acts went further than bookkeeping errors and neglect. They alleged he had orchestrated disappearances and concealed deaths to secure financial gain and preserve his image as a benevolent neighbor. Diane was portrayed as complicit, whether through active participation or willful blindness. In her defense, she insisted that she had not known the full extent of her husband's actions and that she had believed they were offering help. The jury weighed testimony about bank records, witness statements, and forensic findings, and ultimately the couple were convicted on counts related to fraud, abuse of vulnerable adults, and multiple charges connected to concealment. Sentences varied, but the community understood that the legal outcome could not fully account for the scale of harm. Families of victims who had been transient or estranged learned, often for the first time, that their loved ones had been in this town and in these rooms. The case prompted reform at the county level. Agencies began to require better tracking of residents in boarding situations, and social services implemented cross-checks to ensure benefits and pensions were not redirected without independent verification. Willow Ridge Drive returned to its ordinary rhythms with time, but the memory of the Mercers remained like a shadow on the cul-de-sac. Conversation about trust shifted in subtle ways. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a house at the end of a cul-de-sac, about a man who wore the ordinary like armor, and about how small deceptions can grow into something dangerous when people look the other way. In the summer of 1997, in a small town outside Columbus, Ohio, there was a quiet street called Willow Ridge Drive. Lawns were mowed on Saturdays, mailboxes leaned at predictable angles, and children played until dusk. At the very end of the street sat a two-story brick house with ivy crawling up the north wall. The occupants were a married couple named Paul and Diane Mercer. Paul worked as an accounts manager at a local supply company, and Diane ran a part-time tutoring business out of the spare bedroom. They were the kind of neighbors who attended block parties, brought casseroles to new parents, and smiled politely at passing cars. Paul seemed unremarkable in the best possible way. He arrived at work early, kept his driveway clean, and offered to babysit a neighbor's dog when she went on trips. People trusted him because he gave them nothing to distrust. But over the course of 6 years, that trust became the cover for a pattern of behavior no one noticed until it was far too late. The first disappearance happened in late 1998. A young man named Marcus, who had recently left a halfway house and taken a job at a warehouse down the road, failed to show up for work. Marcus had no close family in town and few friends who stayed in touch. He was last seen walking past a convenience store near Willow Ridge Drive. Neighbors assumed he had moved on. No missing person report was filed. For months, nothing seemed unusual. Then in 2000, a woman named Rosa stopped coming to the morning bookkeeping class Diane ran at the community center. Rosa was new in town and had limited family ties. Diane told classmates that Rosa had found full-time employment and was too busy to attend. Again, nobody pressed the matter. By 2002, rumors began to circulate quietly. A man who had been a transient returned to town and said he remembered Marcus spending evenings on Paul's porch, talking about finding steady work. A teenager recalled seeing a stranger carrying a large duffel bag into the Mercer's house at night. These memories were fragmented and unreliable on their own, easy to dismiss as misremembered details. People in small towns forgive a lot because they prefer harmony to suspicion. What finally moved officials into action was the disappearance of a well-known local teacher named Harold Green in the spring of 2003. Harold had family, a steady schedule, and close friends who would not let his absence be ignored. He missed classes for 2 days, and then his car was found in a supermarket lot with his keys still inside. The school filed a report. Detectives opened an investigation and began tracing Harold's last known movements. Phone records placed Harold near Willow Ridge Drive the night he vanished. A neighbor reported seeing him walk purposefully toward the Mercer's house the evening before he disappeared. That detail drew attention because Harold was known to be cautious and deliberate in his routines. Investigators sought a search warrant for the Mercer's property. Paul and Diane cooperated at first, offering tea and plausible explanations. Their kitchen smelled of cinnamon and coffee, and their living room displayed family photos that showed polite smiles and birthdays celebrated. Under normal circumstances, such a scene would calm any visitor. But detectives discovered things that did not fit the image. In a shed behind the house, they found a stack of photocopied bills in Harold's name dated months after his disappearance. They found a small stack of photographs of other residents who had vanished, worn at the edges as if they had been carried and studied. And in the back garden, beneath a shallow layer of disturbed soil covered by a recent patch of sod, they found personal items linked to multiple missing people. When forensic teams expanded the search, they uncovered evidence that forced a broader inquiry. Items traced to Marcus and Rosa were found in sealed containers in the basement. A ledger documented deposits into a joint account opened by the Mercers that matched benefit payments and pension checks belonging to people who had disappeared. The pattern pointed to exploitation and cover-up, not accidental misfortune. Paul eventually stopped speaking in the polite, practiced way that had once calmed his neighbors. Under sustained questioning, he offered a narrative that mixed neglect with a chilling rationality. He said he had helped people who had nowhere else to go, that he had taken responsibility for their affairs when they drifted, and that he had paid bills and cashed checks to keep their names active so benefits would not lapse. As investigators pressed him about remains and missing persons, he shifted between claiming ignorance and offering explanations that did not stand up to evidence. Diane presented herself as bewildered, someone who had trusted her husband and trusted their home to be a refuge. She said she had been occupied with tutoring and afternoon classes and had not paid attention to the small discrepancies that investigators described. Witnesses later contradicted that account, describing times when Diane collected paperwork for tenants and signed forms on their behalf. The trial that followed revealed how easy it had been for harm to hide behind normalcy. Witnesses testified that the Mercers had positioned themselves as caretakers of people who would otherwise slip through the social safety net. They offered rides, helped fill out applications, and provided a warm place to sleep. For the vulnerable people who came to them, the Mercers felt like a lifeline. But that trust also gave Paul and Diane access to personal information, bank accounts, and the ability to declare someone moved away without anyone contesting it. Psychological experts painted a portrait of Paul as someone who craved control and rationalized exploitation as mercy. He saw himself as manager rather than manipulator, a person arranging the lives of others to suit his own needs. The prosecution argued that his acts went further than bookkeeping errors and neglect. They alleged he had orchestrated disappearances and concealed deaths to secure financial gain and preserve his image as a benevolent neighbor. Diane was portrayed as complicit, whether through active participation or willful blindness. In her defense, she insisted that she had not known the full extent of her husband's actions and that she had believed they were offering help. The jury weighed testimony about bank records, witness statements, and forensic findings, and ultimately the couple were convicted on counts related to fraud, abuse of vulnerable adults, and multiple charges connected to concealment. Sentences varied, but the community understood that the legal outcome could not fully account for the scale of harm. Families of victims who had been transient or estranged learned, often for the first time, that their loved ones had been in this town and in these rooms. The case prompted reform at the county level. Agencies began to require better tracking of residents in boarding situations, and social services implemented cross-checks to ensure benefits and pensions were not redirected without independent verification. Willow Ridge Drive returned to its ordinary rhythms with time, but the memory of the Mercers remained like a shadow on the cul-de-sac. Conversation about trust shifted in subtle ways. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who weaponized arsenic, about a boarding house where lodgers checked in but never checked out, and about how one person turned hospitality into a profitable scheme of systematic elimination. In the working-class neighborhoods of Chicago during the early 1920s, a Hungarian immigrant named Tilly Klimek was known in her community as a woman with an uncanny and disturbing gift. She could predict when people would pass away. She would tell her neighbors that she had dreamed of funerals, that she saw death coming for specific people, and then within weeks her predictions would come true. What her neighbors did not realize was that Tilly was not psychic at all. She was simply announcing her plans in advance, using the guise of premonition to mask premeditated poisoning that would claim at least 5 lives and possibly many more. This is the story of Tilly Klimek, one of a group of women in 1920 Chicago who became known as the Poison Ring. Between 1914 and 1922, Tilly systematically eliminated husbands and others for insurance money, using arsenic purchased as rat poison. Her arrest and trial exposed a network of women in Chicago's immigrant communities who were sharing information about how to poison unwanted husbands and collect insurance payments, creating one of the most disturbing criminal conspiracies in American history. Tilly Burek was born Ottilie Burek in Poland around 1876. She immigrated to Chicago as a young woman, part of the massive wave of Eastern Europeans seeking opportunities in America's industrial cities. she settled in a Polish neighborhood on Chicago's South Side, joining a community of immigrants struggling to establish themselves in their new country. Tilly married John Mickiewicz around 1890. The marriage seemed ordinary at first, but Tilly was deeply dissatisfied with her circumstances. Her husband worked hard but earned little, and Tilly watched others in the community achieve prosperity while she remained trapped in poverty. She began to resent John and see him as the obstacle to the better life she desired. In 1914, John Mickiewicz became mysteriously ill. He suffered from severe stomach pains, nausea, and progressive weakness that doctors could not adequately explain. After months of suffering, John passed away. Tilly collected his life insurance policy and showed no visible grief. Within months, she had begun searching for a new husband. Before John's passing, Tilly had made a chilling announcement to neighbors. She told them she had dreamed of John's funeral, that she could see his coffin and mourners. She described the vision in detail, explaining that she knew he would soon pass away. When John actually did die shortly after, neighbors were amazed at Tilly's apparent psychic abilities. Tilly married Joseph Guskowski in 1914, shortly after John's passing. Joseph was a hard-working man with savings, which made him attractive to Tilly. But like her first husband, Joseph soon began experiencing mysterious symptoms. He suffered from the same stomach ailments and weakness that had afflicted John. Before Joseph became seriously ill, Tilly again told neighbors about her premonitory dreams, describing Joseph's future funeral in disturbing detail. Joseph passed away after several months of illness, and once again Tilly collected life insurance money. Neighbors were beginning to whisper about Tilly's strange ability to predict deaths, but no one suspected the truth. In their community, where superstition and folk beliefs were common, many accepted that Tilly might genuinely have some supernatural gift for seeing death approaching. Tilly married Frank Kupsik in 1920. Frank was a prosperous man with substantial assets, making him Tilly's most financially valuable husband yet. She took out a generous life insurance policy on Frank shortly after their marriage. Within weeks, Frank began experiencing the now familiar symptoms of severe gastrointestinal distress and weakness. But this time, Frank's relatives became suspicious. Frank had been healthy and robust before marrying Tilly, and his sudden decline seemed wrong. His family insisted that doctors investigate more thoroughly, demanding tests beyond the standard examinations of the era. In 1922, doctors tested Frank's blood and discovered high levels of arsenic. Police were immediately notified, and a criminal investigation began. Detectives started examining Tilly's history and discovered the pattern of deceased husbands and insurance collections. They exhumed the bodies of John Mickiewicz and Joseph Guskowski and found both contained lethal amounts of arsenic. Further investigation revealed something even more disturbing. Tilly was part of a network of women in Chicago's immigrant neighborhoods who were sharing information about poisoning unwanted husbands. These women, many of them from Polish, Hungarian, and Italian communities, would discuss how to purchase arsenic under the guise of pest control, how to administer it to avoid immediate suspicion, and how to file insurance claims after their husbands passed away. The poison ring, as it became known, included several other women who were subsequently arrested and tried. The network had operated for years, with women protecting each other by providing alibis and supporting each other's claims that their husbands had died from natural illnesses. Tilly Klimek was arrested in 1922 and charged with the passing of Frank Kupsik. Her trial revealed the full extent of her crimes and the existence of the poison ring. Prosecutors presented the toxicology evidence showing fatal arsenic levels in multiple bodies. They demonstrated Tilly's pattern of marrying men, insuring them, and then poisoning them for profit. What made Tilly's case particularly memorable was her habit of predicting the deaths. Prosecutors argued this showed clear premeditation and planning. She was not acting impulsively, but was carefully orchestrating each elimination and even announcing it in advance, using the cover of supposed psychic dreams to mask her criminal intent. The defense attempted to argue that the arsenic could have come from environmental sources or that the deaths were coincidental. But the evidence was overwhelming. The pattern was too clear, the arsenic levels too high, and the financial motives too obvious. On November 27, 1922, Tilly Klimek was convicted of taking Frank Kupczyk's life. She was sentenced to life imprisonment at the Illinois State Penitentiary. Several other women from the poison ring were also convicted and sentenced, though Tilly received the most publicity due to her eerie predictions and the number of her victims. Tilly served her sentence at Joliet Prison in Illinois. She maintained her innocence throughout her imprisonment, claiming she was being persecuted for bad luck rather than criminal behavior. She passed away in prison in 1936 at approximately age 60, having served 14 years of her life sentence. The Tilly Klimek case and the broader poison ring scandal shocked Chicago and the nation. It revealed how groups of women in immigrant communities, frustrated by poverty and unhappy marriages, had turned to systematic poisoning as a solution to their problems. The ease with which arsenic could be purchased as rat poison and the difficulty of detecting it in an era before sophisticated toxicology made it an attractive method for those willing to commit such crimes. The case led to stricter regulations on the sale of arsenic and other poisons. I'm going to tell you a story about a 12-year-old girl who was having a sleepover with friends, about a man who broke in her bedroom in the middle of the night, and about how one of the longest and most expensive manhunts in American history led to the capture of a predator who had been hiding in plain sight for 18 years. In October 1993, 12-year-old Polly Klaas was having a slumber party at her home in Petaluma, California. Polly and two of her friends were playing board games and having fun in her bedroom, while Polly's mother and younger sister slept in other parts of the house. Around 10:30 that night, a man wearing a bandana over his face suddenly appeared in Polly's bedroom doorway. The intruder was carrying a knife and told the terrified girls to be quiet. He tied up Polly's two friends with cloth strips, then grabbed Polly and took her out of the house. The two friends managed to free themselves and immediately woke Polly's mother, Eve. She called the police, and within minutes, officers were at the house and a massive search began. The abduction of Polly Klaas became national news almost immediately. The idea of a child being kidnapped from her own bedroom during a sleepover was every parent's worst nightmare. Polly's father, Mark Klaas, and mother, Eve, appeared on television, making emotional pleas for Polly's safe return. Celebrities, including Winona Ryder, who was from Petaluma, offered reward money for information. The search for Polly was enormous. Thousands of volunteers searched fields, wooded areas, and abandoned buildings throughout Northern California. The FBI joined the investigation, and Polly's case received coverage on national news programs and shows like America's Most Wanted. Everyone was hoping that Polly would be found alive and return to her family. Police had a description of the suspect from Polly's two friends who had seen him. They created composite sketches and distributed them widely. Tips poured in by the thousands, and investigators followed up on every lead. Despite all the efforts, there were no solid clues about where Polly had been taken or who had taken her. Then investigators caught a break. On the night of Polly's abduction, deputies from a nearby county had encountered a man whose car was stuck in a ditch on a rural road not far from Petaluma. The man claimed he had been sightseeing and had gotten stuck. The deputies helped him get his car out and sent him on his way, never realizing they had just let Polly Klaas's kidnapper drive away. When this encounter was discovered during the investigation, police tracked down the man who had been in the stuck car. His name was Richard Allen Davis, a 40-year-old career criminal with a long history of violence and burglary. Davis had been on parole at the time of Polly's abduction despite having been convicted of kidnapping and assault in previous cases. Police arrested Richard Allen Davis in late November 1993, about 2 months after Polly's abduction. Under interrogation, Davis eventually confessed to kidnapping and strangling Polly. He led investigators to a wooded area off Highway 101 where he had buried her body. The discovery confirmed the worst fears of Polly's family and the entire community. Davis revealed that after taking Polly from her home, he had driven to the remote location where his car later got stuck. When the deputies arrived to help him, Polly had been alive and hidden nearby. After the deputies left, Davis strangled Polly and buried her body in a shallow grave before driving away. If the deputies had searched more thoroughly, they might have saved Polly's life. The case devastated the nation. Polly had been a bright, talented girl who loved performing arts and had her whole life ahead of her. She had been taken from her own bedroom, from what should have been the safest place in the world. The fact that police had encountered her kidnapper and unknowingly let him go made the tragedy even more painful. Richard Allen Davis was charged with first-degree murder with special circumstances, making him eligible for the death penalty. His trial took place in 1996 in Santa Clara County after a change of venue from Sonoma County. The evidence against him was overwhelming, including his confession, physical evidence linking him to the crime scene, and testimony from Polly's friends who identified him. Davis showed no remorse throughout the trial. In fact, he displayed disturbing behavior, making obscene gestures in court and showing contempt for the proceedings. During the penalty phase, when the jury was deciding whether he should receive death or life in prison, Davis's actions became even more shocking. The jury recommended the death penalty, finding that the aggravating circumstances of the crime outweighed any mitigating factors. Davis had kidnapped a child from her home, terrorized her friends, and taken her life. He had a long criminal history and had shown he was a danger to society. The judge agreed with the jury's recommendation. At his sentencing in September 1996, Richard Allen Davis made obscene gestures at the camera and showed utter disregard for Polly's family and the gravity of his crime. His behavior demonstrated the complete lack of humanity that had allowed him to commit such a terrible act against an innocent child. Polly's father, Mark Kloss, became a powerful advocate for victims' rights and child safety. He established the Kloss Kids Foundation to help find missing children and prevent abductions. He has worked tirelessly to honor Polly's memory by helping other families and pushing for stronger laws to protect children from predators. The case led to significant changes in California law. The public outcry over Davis being on parole, despite his violent history, contributed to the passage of California's three strikes law, which imposed harsher sentences on repeat offenders. The law was controversial, but supporters argued that if it had been in place earlier, Davis would have been in prison and Polly would still be alive. Richard Allen Davis remains on death row at San Quentin State Prison in California. He has been there for nearly 30 years, as California has not executed anyone since 2006. Multiple appeals have failed to overturn his conviction or sentence. He will likely die of natural causes in prison rather than being executed. Polly Kloss was just 12 years old when her life was stolen by a predator who broke into her home. She should have grown up, pursued her love of performing, gone to college, and had a family of her own. Instead, she became a symbol of a need for better protection of children and tougher laws against repeat violent offenders. Her case changed laws, inspired a foundation that has helped countless families, and served as a heartbreaking reminder of the evil that exists in the world and the importance of vigilance in protecting our children. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a 6-year-old beauty pageant contestant who was found dead in her own home on Christmas night, about a ransom note that seemed staged, and about a case that remains one of America's most famous unsolved mysteries more than 25 years later. On the morning of December 26, 1996, Patsy Ramsey woke up in her Boulder, Colorado home and found a ransom note on the staircase. The note, written on paper from a notepad in the house, claimed that her 6-year-old daughter JonBenet had been kidnapped and demanded $118,000 for her safe return. The amount was oddly specific and nearly matched the exact bonus Patsy's husband John had recently received from his company. Patsy immediately called police, and officers arrived at the Ramsey home within minutes. The ransom note was unusually long, nearly 3 pages, which was strange for a kidnapping ransom demand. The note referenced movies and contained odd phrasing that seemed theatrical rather than authentic. Police began treating the scene as a kidnapping, but found the situation increasingly suspicious. John Ramsey and some friends searched the house while police secured the scene. Hours after the initial call, John went down to the basement and opened the door to a small wine cellar room. Inside, he found JonBenet's body. She had duct tape over her mouth, a cord around her neck, and her hands were loosely tied. John immediately picked up his daughter's body and carried her upstairs, contaminating the crime scene. The discovery changed everything. This wasn't a kidnapping at all. JonBenet had been in the house the entire time, dead in the basement while police searched for a kidnapper who didn't exist. The medical examiner determined that JonBenet had died from strangulation by ligature and had also suffered a severe skull fracture. There was evidence suggesting she had been sexually assaulted. The case immediately became a media sensation. JonBenet had been a child beauty pageant contestant, and photos and videos of her in elaborate costumes and makeup were broadcast nationally. The images disturbed many people who felt uncomfortable with the sexualization of such a young child. The case sparked debates about child beauty pageants and whether they put children at risk. Police focused their investigation on the Ramsey family. The ransom note had been written on paper from inside the house using a pen from the house. There were no signs of forced entry anywhere. The oddly specific ransom amount matching John's bonus seemed too coincidental. The elaborate staging of the scene suggested someone with intimate knowledge of the family. Handwriting experts examined the ransom note and said they could not eliminate Patsy Ramsey as the author. The note contained phrases and handwriting patterns that were similar to Patsy's writing. Some experts believed she had written it, while others disagreed. The handwriting evidence became one of the most contentious aspects of the case. The Ramsey family maintained their innocence from the beginning. They insisted that an intruder had entered their home, attacked JonBenet, and left the ransom note to mislead police. They pointed to evidence of an unidentified male DNA found on JonBenet's clothing that didn't match any family member. They argued this DNA belonged to the killer. The Boulder Police Department and the district attorney's office had major disagreements about how to handle the case. The police wanted to focus more intensively on the family, while the DA felt there wasn't enough evidence to charge them. The disagreements hampered the investigation and created public confusion about the direction of the case. In 1999, a grand jury heard evidence in the case and voted to indict John and Patsy Ramsey on charges of child abuse resulting in death. However, the district attorney at the time refused to sign the indictment, saying there wasn't enough evidence to successfully prosecute. This decision wasn't made public until years later, adding another layer of controversy to the case. Over the years, various theories emerged about what happened to JonBenet. Some believed that an intruder had indeed killed her and that the family was innocent. Others believed that someone in the family, possibly accidentally, had harmed JonBenet and that the parents had staged the scene to cover it up. Still others suggested JonBenet's brother Burke, who was 9 at the time, might have been involved. In 2003, new DNA testing technology became available, and additional testing was done on evidence from the scene. The test confirmed the presence of DNA from an unknown male on multiple pieces of JonBenet's clothing. This DNA didn't match anyone in the Ramsey family or anyone in the DNA databases. In 2008, the Boulder District Attorney publicly apologized to the Ramsey family, stating that new DNA evidence had convinced prosecutors that an intruder was responsible and that the family was not involved. The letter was a dramatic reversal from years of suspicion directed at the family. Patsy Ramsey had died of ovarian cancer in 2006, never seeing her name officially cleared. John Ramsey has continued to advocate for justice for JonBenet and has pushed for further DNA testing using newer technologies. He believes that genealogical DNA databases, like those used to catch the Golden State Killer, could potentially identify his daughter's killer. Burke Ramsey, JonBenet's brother, has largely stayed out of the public eye, but has given occasional interviews maintaining that he and his family had nothing to do with his sister's death. He successfully sued CBS for a documentary that suggested he might have been involved, receiving settlement. The case remains officially unsolved. Boulder police say the investigation is active and ongoing, and they continue to follow up on tips and review evidence periodically. In recent years, there have been calls to use advanced genealogical DNA techniques to try to identify the source of the unknown male DNA found at the scene. JonBenet Ramsey would be in her 30s today if she had lived. Instead, her life ended at age 6 in the basement of her own home on Christmas night. Whether she was killed by an intruder or by someone she knew, someone took a little girl's life and has never been held accountable. The case has become a symbol of how media coverage can overwhelm an investigation and how public opinion can turn against people before all facts are known. It also highlighted flaws in how the crime scene was handled initially, with key evidence potentially being contaminated or lost. For the Ramsey family, the tragedy of losing JonBenet was compounded by years of being suspected and accused in the court of public opinion. For those who believe an intruder was responsible, the case represents a failure of the justice system to identify and prosecute the real killer. Whatever the truth, JonBenet Ramsey's death remains one of the most infamous unsolved cases in American history, a mystery that has captivated and frustrated investigators and the public for more than a quarter century. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a father who reported his 2-year-old son missing from a campground, about a massive search effort that found no trace of the little boy, and about how investigators discovered that the grieving father's story didn't add up and that something terrible had happened long before the camping trip even began. In July 2015, 25-year-old Dorr Coons Jr. reported that his 2-year-old son, Dorr Coons III, had disappeared from a campground in Lemhi County, Idaho. The family had been camping near Timber Creek Campground, and Dorr Sr. told authorities that his son had vanished while he and the boy's mother were breaking down their campsite. He claimed the toddler had been playing near the creek one moment and was simply gone the next. Search and rescue teams immediately mobilized, with dozens of volunteers and professional searchers combing the remote wilderness area. The campground was surrounded by dense forest and a creek with cold mountain water. Searchers looked for any sign of the little boy, hoping he had simply wandered off and gotten lost. Search dogs, helicopters, and ground teams spent days searching every inch of the area. Despite the extensive search, no trace of little Dorr was ever found. No clothing, no footprints, no evidence that a toddler had walked away from the campsite into the wilderness. The complete absence of any clues was unusual and troubling. Even in cases where children wander off and tragically perish in the wilderness, searchers typically find some evidence of their path or remains. As the search continued with no results, investigators began questioning Dorr's parents more closely. Dorr Coons Sr. and the boy's mother, Jessica Mitchell, were interviewed multiple times. Their stories about what happened at the campground began to show inconsistencies. Details changed between tellings, and their timeline of events didn't quite match up with what others at the campground remembered. Police also spoke with Dorr Sr.'s grandfather, Robert Walton, and a friend named Isaac Rainwand, who had both been at the campground with the family. Their accounts of the camping trip raised more questions. They described seeing the little boy at the campground, but their memories of the timeline and events didn't align perfectly with what the parents were saying. Investigators brought in the FBI and conducted extensive interviews with both parents. During these interviews, both Dorr Sr. and Jessica failed multiple polygraph tests when asked about what happened to their son. The failed polygraphs didn't prove guilt, but they indicated deception about key facts related to the boy's disappearance. The sheriff leading the investigation eventually made a stunning public statement. He announced that Dorr Coons Sr. and Jessica Mitchell were suspects in their son's disappearance and presumed death. He stated that investigators believed little Dorr had died before the family ever arrived at the campground, and that the camping trip had been staged to cover up whatever had happened to the child. According to the investigation, evidence suggested that little Dorr may have died at the family's home in Idaho Falls, possibly from neglect or an accident that the parents tried to cover up. The theory was that the parents had brought the deceased child to the remote campground and disposed of his body somewhere in the vast wilderness, then reported him missing to make it appear he had gotten lost. Dorr Sr. and Jessica both denied any wrongdoing. They insisted that their son had truly disappeared from the campground and that they had no idea what happened to him. They maintained that they were grieving parents whose child had vanished, and that law enforcement was wrongly targeting them instead of finding their son. The case became increasingly complicated because without a body, investigators couldn't prove that a crime had even occurred. They couldn't determine how or when little Dorr had died. The wilderness where he allegedly disappeared was so vast that his remains could be anywhere, making it nearly impossible to find evidence that would either support or refute the parents' story. Private investigators hired by the family initially worked to help find Orr, but some of them eventually concluded that the parents' story wasn't credible. One private investigator publicly stated that he believed the parents knew what happened to their son and weren't being truthful with authorities. The grandfather and family friend who had been at the campground were also investigated thoroughly, but both were eventually cleared of any wrongdoing. They had given consistent statements and had no apparent motive to harm the child or help cover up his death. The focus remained on Dorr Sr. and Jessica as the only suspects. Jessica Mitchell and Deorr Coons Sr.'s relationship eventually fell apart under the pressure of the investigation and public scrutiny. Both have given occasional interviews maintaining their innocence, but they have never provided a clear explanation for the inconsistencies in their stories or why they both failed polygraph examinations. In 2016, a wrongful death lawsuit was filed against the parents by Dorr Sr.'s parents, the boy's grandparents. The lawsuit alleged that the parents had caused the child's death through negligence or deliberate action. The lawsuit sought damages and aimed to hold the parents accountable in civil court since criminal charges had not been filed. Years have passed since little Deorr disappeared, and no criminal charges have ever been filed against anyone. The case remains open, but without a body or concrete evidence of what happened, prosecutors have not been able to build a case strong enough to take to trial. The lack of physical evidence has made this case exceptionally difficult to prosecute. Little Deorr Coons would be 11 years old today if he were still alive. He was just 2 years old when he vanished, a toddler who should have had his entire life ahead of him. He should be in elementary school, playing with friends, and growing up. Instead, he disappeared under mysterious circumstances that have never been fully explained. The case of Deorr Coons remains one of Idaho's most troubling unsolved mysteries. A little boy is gone, and despite extensive investigation, no one knows for certain what happened to him. His parents maintain their innocence, but investigators remain convinced they hold the answers to what really occurred. The truth about little Deorr's fate may be buried somewhere in the Idaho wilderness, or it may be a secret that someone is keeping. Either way, a toddler's life was lost, and justice for him remains elusive years later. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a respected church deacon who seemed like a pillar of his community, about a series of brutal murders that terrorized a Kansas town for decades, and about how a serial killer hid in plain sight by living an ordinary suburban life while committing some of the most disturbing crimes in American history. Between 1974 and 1991, someone in Wichita, Kansas was breaking into homes and brutally attacking entire families. The killer would bind, torture, and murder his victims, then disappear without a trace. He gave himself a chilling nickname based on his method, BTK, which stood for Bind, Torture, Kill. For 17 years, he committed at least 10 murders while living among his neighbors as a seemingly normal family man. The BTK killer's first attack occurred on January 15, 1974, when he entered the home of the Otero family. Joseph Otero, his wife Julie, and two of their 5 children, 11-year-old Josephine and 9-year-old Joseph Jr., were home that morning. The killer cut the phone line, entered through the back door, and told the family he was a wanted fugitive who just needed money and a car. It was a lie designed to keep them calm while he tied them up. Once the family was bound and helpless, the killer strangled each member one by one. He took his time with the murders, showing no mercy even to the children. When the Otero's oldest son came home from school that afternoon, he discovered the horrific scene. The brutality of the murders shocked Wichita, and police had no leads about who could have committed such a terrible crime. 3 months later, the killer struck again, breaking into the home of 24-year-old Catherine Bright. He was attacking Catherine when her brother Kevin unexpectedly came home. The killer shot Kevin twice, and in the chaos, Catherine tried to fight back. The killer stabbed her multiple times before fleeing. Kevin survived despite his injuries, but Catherine died from her wounds. For the next 3 years, the killer seemed to go quiet. Then in March 1977, he entered the home of Shirley Vian while her 3 young children were present. He locked the children in a bathroom and strangled Shirley to death in her bedroom. The children survived, but were traumatized by hearing their mother's final moments through the bathroom door. In December 1977, the killer broke into the home of 25-year-old Nancy Fox. He strangled her with a belt and then did something that would become part of his pattern. He called the police from a payphone and reported the location of Nancy's body, giving them her address. He wanted credit for his crimes. He wanted attention and recognition. In 1978, the killer sent a letter to a local television station taking credit for the murders and signing it BTK. The letter included details only the killer would know, confirming its authenticity. This began a pattern of communication where BTK would taunt police and media, sending letters and packages to demonstrate his crimes and his superiority. He craved the attention and the fear he created. BTK continued killing sporadically over the years. In 1985, he murdered 53-year-old Maureen Hedge, who lived on his street. In 1986, he took the life of 28-year-old Vicki Weggerl in her home. His final known victim was 62-year-old Dolores Davis in January 1991. After this murder, BTK went silent for over a decade, leaving investigators frustrated and the community living in fear. During all these years of killing, BTK was living as Dennis Rader, a married father of two who worked as a compliance officer for Park City, Kansas. He was active in his Lutheran church, serving as congregation president. He was a Cub Scout leader. His neighbors knew him as a somewhat rigid man who was strict about enforcing city codes. But no one suspected he was capable of the horrific crimes that had terrorized the area. In 2004, after 13 years of silence, BTK decided he wanted attention again. A news article mentioned that people were beginning to forget about the BTK killer, and this infuriated Rader. He started sending communications to media and police again, including packages containing items from his victims and dolls he had bound and positioned to represent his crimes. Police formed a new task force and used modern technology to analyze the communications. In one message, BTK asked investigators if a floppy disk could be traced back to him. A detective lied and told him it couldn't be traced. BTK sent a purple floppy disk to a television station, and forensic experts found deleted metadata showing it had been used at Christ Lutheran Church by someone named Dennis. Police quickly identified Dennis Rader as the church council president and began surveilling him. They obtained DNA from his daughter's medical records and compared it to DNA from BTK crime scenes. It was a familial match, confirming that Dennis Rader was BTK. On February 25, 2005, Rader was arrested as he drove near his home. When confronted, Rader calmly asked if he needed a lawyer. Within days, he began confessing to his crimes in extensive detail. His confessions were chilling not for emotion, but for the complete lack of it. He described his murders methodically, as if discussing a hobby. He showed no genuine remorse, only pride in his work and relief that he could finally talk about it openly. Rader explained that he had what he called projects, which were his potential victims. He would stalk women, learn their routines, and plan his attacks carefully. He kept souvenirs from his victims and would relive the crimes through these items. He had lived this double life for decades, being a family man and church leader by day, while harboring violent fantasies and memories of murder. In June 2005, Dennis Rader pleaded guilty to 10 counts of first-degree murder. Kansas had temporarily abolished the death penalty during the years of his crimes, so he received 10 consecutive life sentences without possibility of parole. At his sentencing, over 150 family members of his victims gave impact statements, confronting the man who had destroyed their families. Dennis Rader remains in prison in Kansas, spending 23 hours a day in solitary confinement. He has given interviews over the years, always seeming more interested in discussing himself and his crimes than expressing genuine remorse. He continues to be studied by criminal psychologists trying to understand how someone can compartmentalize such extreme violence while maintaining a normal public life. The BTK case revealed how a serial killer can hide in plain sight for decades, protected by a facade of normalcy and respectability. Dennis Rader's neighbors, co-workers, and even his own family had no idea about the monster living among them. His crimes left lasting trauma on the Wichita community and on the families of his victims, who had waited years and even decades for justice that finally came when Rader's own narcissism led to his capture. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who went missing after leaving work at a gas station, about a surveillance video that captured her final moments, and about how a predator used a simple ruse to abduct her in broad daylight, leading to one of Florida's most heartbreaking cases. In January 2006, 21-year-old Carly Brucio was living in Sarasota, Florida, working at a car wash and trying to rebuild her life. She had struggled with substance abuse, but was working on her recovery and spending time with her young daughter. On February 1st, 2004, Carly finished her shift at a car wash around 6 in the evening and began walking to her friend's house where she was staying. Carly took a shortcut through the parking lot of Evie's car wash, a route she had taken many times before. Security cameras at the car wash captured what happened next, footage that would be broadcast across the nation and haunt everyone who saw it. A man approached Carly, grabbed her by the arm, and led her away. The video showed Carly appearing to resist slightly, but ultimately being pulled off camera by the man. When Carly didn't arrive at her friend's house and wasn't answering her phone, her family became worried and reported her missing. Police reviewed the security footage and immediately released it to the public, hoping someone would recognize the man who had abducted Carly. The grainy video showed a man with distinctive features wearing a mechanic's uniform, and within hours, tips started pouring in. Multiple people called to identify the man as Joseph Smith, a mechanic who worked in the Sarasota area. Smith had a long criminal history, including kidnapping, false imprisonment, and drug charges. He was currently on probation, but his record showed he was exactly the kind of dangerous person who might commit such a crime. Police arrested Joseph Smith less than 24 hours after Carly's abduction. When questioned, Smith initially denied knowing anything about Carly or being at the car wash. But confronted with the surveillance video clearly showing him grabbing Carly, Smith changed his story multiple times, first claiming he was just asking for directions, then admitting he had taken her, but saying she had gone willingly. Despite Smith's arrest, Carly Brucio was still missing. Police urgently needed to find her, hoping she might still be alive. Investigators searched Smith's home, his workplace, and any location connected to him. They interviewed his family members and associates, trying to find any clue about where he might have taken Carly. On February 6th, 2004, 5 days after Carly's abduction, police found her body behind a church about 3 miles from where she had been taken. She was lying in the tall grass, partially covered. The medical examiner determined that Carly had been strangled to death. She had been killed relatively soon after being abducted, meaning she had been dead for most of the time searchers had been desperately looking for her. The discovery devastated Carly's family and the entire Sarasota community. Carly had been a young mother trying to turn her life around, working and staying clean. She had simply been walking to her friend's house after work when she encountered Joseph Smith. She had done nothing to deserve what happened to her, yet she became the victim of a violent predator. Joseph Smith was charged with first-degree murder and kidnapping. The evidence against him was overwhelming. The surveillance video showed him abducting Carly. His DNA was found on her body. Witnesses placed him in the area where her body was found. During the investigation, it was revealed that Smith had been high on cocaine at the time of the abduction and murder. Smith's trial began in 2005. The prosecution presented the surveillance video, forensic evidence, and testimony about Smith's violent criminal history. They showed that Smith had specifically targeted Carly, following her and waiting for an opportunity to grab her when she was alone. The attack was predatory and deliberate, not a random encounter. The defense tried to argue that while Smith had abducted Carly, he hadn't intended to kill her and that her death might have been accidental during a struggle. They attempted to suggest that Smith's drug use had impaired his judgment and that he shouldn't be held fully responsible for his actions. The arguments did little to generate sympathy from the jury. During the trial, testimony revealed disturbing details about the hours between Carly's abduction and her death. Smith had taken her to his brother's house and held her there. Carly had been terrified and had begged for her life, telling Smith about her young daughter and pleading with him to let her go. Smith had ignored her pleas and ultimately strangled her before dumping her body. In November 2005, Joseph Smith was found guilty of first-degree murder and kidnapping. The jury recommended the death penalty, and the judge agreed, sentencing Smith to death for Carly's murder. Smith showed no emotion as the sentence was read, displaying the same cold indifference he had shown throughout the trial. Carly's mother, Susan Shorpen, spoke at the sentencing, describing the pain of losing her daughter and the horror of knowing Carly's final hours had been filled with terror. She talked about Carly's young daughter who would grow up without her mother, robbed of the relationship they should have had. The impact statement was heartbreaking and showed the lasting damage Smith's actions had caused. Joseph Smith spent years on death row in Florida, filing appeals that were consistently denied. He never showed remorse for what he had done to Carly or acknowledged the pain he had caused her family. In October 2021, Joseph Smith died on death row from cancer at age 55. He died before his execution could be carried out, denying Carly's family the closure of seeing the sentence fulfilled. The surveillance video of Carly Brucia being abducted became one of the most widely circulated pieces of evidence in criminal justice history. It was used in training programs to show how quickly someone can be victimized and how predators operate. The footage is difficult to watch because it captures the exact moment when Carly's life changed forever and she was pulled toward her death. Carly's case led to changes in Florida's sex offender laws and probation monitoring. Joseph Smith had been on probation at the time of Carly's murder, and his probation officer had failed to properly supervise him. The case exposed failures in the system that allowed a dangerous criminal to be free to commit more violence. New laws were passed to require more stringent monitoring of offenders on probation. Carly Brucia was just 21 years old with a little girl who needed her. She was working to overcome her struggles and build a better life. She should have made it safely to her friend's house that February evening, but instead she encountered Joseph Smith, a predator who saw her vulnerability and seized the opportunity to commit evil. Her case remains a tragic reminder of how quickly violence can occur and how important it is to remain vigilant and aware of surroundings. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who spent years building a life defined by routine, discipline, and quiet predictability. A man whose calm presence never drew suspicion, and whose professional success made him someone others respected without hesitation. His name was Chris Benoit, and for decades he lived inside a world that rewarded control, strength, and endurance. He was known internationally as a professional wrestler, admired for his technical skill, his discipline, and his ability to perform under intense physical and psychological pressure. To millions of viewers, he was a performer. To his colleagues, he was a professional who took his work seriously. To his family, he was a husband and father living inside the private rhythms of ordinary life. He lived with his wife Nancy and their young son Daniel in Fayetteville, Georgia, in a home that reflected stability and comfort. The house sat in a quiet neighborhood where nothing about its appearance suggested instability or danger. The lawn was maintained. The rooms were orderly. The environment reflected structure. But beneath the routines that defined his life, physical and psychological strain had been accumulating for years in ways that no one fully understood at the time. Chris Benoit's career had required extraordinary physical endurance. Professional wrestling, despite its staged outcomes, demanded real physical impact. His body absorbed repeated trauma over decades. He experienced concussions, injuries, and chronic pain. These injuries were treated, managed, and endured as part of his profession. He continued performing. He continued traveling. He continued maintaining the appearance of control. Pain became part of his daily existence, something he managed quietly. He rarely spoke publicly about his physical condition. He maintained the professional expectation that he would continue working regardless of discomfort. This pattern of endurance reinforced his identity as someone capable of functioning under pressure. His home life appeared stable. Nancy Benoit had also worked in professional wrestling earlier in her life. She understood the demands of the profession. She understood the travel, the injuries, and the expectations. Their son Daniel lived with them in their home, attending school, growing up inside a family that appeared stable from the outside. Friends and neighbors saw nothing that suggested immediate danger. Their interactions appeared normal. Conversations remained ordinary. Daily routines continued without visible disruption. But in the weeks leading up to June 2007, subtle changes began to occur. Chris Benoit became quieter. His communication patterns shifted. He withdrew emotionally from colleagues and friends. He continued performing professionally, maintaining his responsibilities, but privately, something was changing. These changes were not immediately recognized as warning signs. They appeared gradual. They appeared internal. They remained invisible to those around him. On June 22, 2007, Nancy Benoit was inside their home. The environment was quiet. There were no reports of disturbance from neighbors. There were no emergency calls. There were no immediate external signs of crisis. But inside the home, events unfolded that would later become the center of one of the most disturbing investigations in professional sports history. Nancy Benoit died inside the home. The exact timeline was reconstructed later through forensic analysis, digital records, and physical evidence. Investigators determined she had been killed inside the residence. The following day, June 23rd, their son Daniel also died inside the home. Again, there were no immediate external signs visible to neighbors. The house remained quiet. The outside world continued normally, unaware of what had already occurred inside. On June 24th, Chris Benoit remained inside the house. He did not appear publicly. He did not communicate with colleagues in ways that suggested urgency. Instead, he sent text messages to coworkers providing his home address and explaining that his dogs were inside. These messages appeared unusual. They did not explain the situation directly, but they provided specific logistical information. These communications would later become critical in establishing timeline and intent. Later that same day, Chris Benoit died inside the home. When colleagues became concerned about his absence from scheduled professional appearances, they contacted authorities. Law enforcement officers arrived at the residence on June 25, 2007. The house was quiet. Nothing appeared disturbed from the outside. Officers entered and began examining the interior. Inside, they discovered the bodies of Nancy, Daniel, and Chris Benoit. The investigation began immediately. Investigators examined the home carefully. They documented every detail. They collected physical evidence. They examined digital records, including phone communications, text messages, and computer activity. They reconstructed the timeline carefully, understanding that accurate sequencing was essential to understanding what had occurred. Forensic analysis confirmed that Nancy Benoit had died first. Daniel Benoit died the following day. Chris Benoit died last. This sequence was established through careful examination of physical evidence, decomposition timelines, and digital communication records. Investigators examined Chris Benoit's medical history. They reviewed his injury records. They examined his history of concussions. Medical experts conducted extensive neurological analysis following his death. Their findings revealed severe brain trauma consistent with chronic traumatic encephalopathy, a degenerative brain condition associated with repeated head injuries. This condition affects behavior, emotional regulation, and impulse control. The extent of the damage shocked medical professionals. His brain showed patterns typically associated with significantly older individuals suffering from advanced neurological degeneration. Investigators also examined digital searches conducted on his home computer. These searches provided insight into his mental state during the days leading up to the incident. They documented behavioral patterns, timing, and cognitive function. The investigation concluded that Chris Benoit was responsible for the deaths of his wife and son before his own death. The evidence was overwhelming. Physical evidence, digital evidence, medical analysis, timeline reconstruction. Each element confirmed the sequence of events beyond doubt. What made this case especially disturbing was the contrast between public perception and private reality. Chris Benoit had existed inside a professional environment defined by discipline and control. He had performed in front of millions. He had maintained routines. He had interacted normally with colleagues and fans. His life appeared structured, predictable, stable, but internally, physical and neurological damage had been accumulating silently. The injuries he endured did not disappear. They remained. They altered brain function. They altered emotional stability. They altered behavior in ways invisible to those around him. This case changed professional wrestling permanently. It forced organizations to examine concussion protocols. It forced medical professionals to study long-term brain trauma. It forced institutions to recognize the invisible damage caused by repeated head injuries. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who disappeared on an ordinary evening, in a place where nothing ever seemed dangerous, and whose absence would slowly unravel a truth hidden behind a man no one had ever truly questioned. Her name was Susan Powell, and she lived in West Valley City, Utah, with her husband, Josh Powell, and their 2 young sons. Their life, from the outside, appeared stable and ordinary. They lived in a modest suburban home surrounded by similar houses, where neighbors waved casually and children played in quiet streets. Susan was known as warm, responsible, and deeply devoted to her children. She worked hard, maintained close relationships with her family, and stayed in regular contact with her parents and friends. She documented her life carefully, saving photos, writing journals, and recording moments that mattered to her. These records would later become some of the most important clues investigators had, because Susan had unknowingly preserved evidence of a life that was beginning to fracture beneath the surface. Josh Powell, her husband, was quiet and withdrawn, a man who rarely expressed strong emotions openly. He worked in information technology and spent much of his time on computers, managing data and maintaining systems. To neighbors, he appeared reserved but polite. He did not socialize frequently, but he did not appear hostile or aggressive. His calm demeanor made him seem predictable. But inside the marriage, the reality was more complicated. Susan had confided in friends and family that their relationship was strained. She had spoken about Josh's controlling behavior, his emotional distance, and his financial secrecy. She had begun documenting her fears privately, recording videos and writing entries describing her concerns. In one video, she walked through their home, calmly explaining where important documents were located, almost as if she were preparing evidence in advance. She did not know exactly what would happen, but she sensed instability growing around her. On the evening of December 6, 2009, Susan attended church with her children. She returned home later that night. Nothing about the evening appeared unusual. Neighbors saw no signs of disturbance. There were no sounds of conflict. But by the next morning, Susan was gone. Her children were still in the home. Josh Powell was present. He told a story that immediately raised concern. He claimed that late at night, during freezing winter temperatures, he had taken his 2 young sons on a camping trip in the desert. This explanation did not make sense. The children were very young. The temperature outside was dangerously cold. Camping at midnight under those conditions was highly unusual. Investigators were notified quickly. Missing persons cases involving mothers who suddenly vanish without explanation are treated with urgency because such disappearances rarely occur voluntarily. Officers arrived at the Powell home and began examining the environment carefully. Inside, they noticed signs that something was wrong. A fan was running continuously in the living room, despite the cold weather. Cleaning supplies had been used recently. Certain items appeared out of place. Susan's purse was still there. Her phone was still there. Her car was still there. These details suggested she had not left voluntarily. People who choose to leave do not abandon essential personal items. Investigators questioned Josh Powell. His behavior was calm but distant. He repeated his camping story. He described driving into a remote desert area with his children late at night. He claimed Susan had been home when he left and was gone when he returned. Investigators listened carefully, documenting every detail. They examined his vehicle. They searched the desert location he described. They found nothing. No campsite. No evidence. No trace of Susan. As investigators dug deeper, they discovered Susan had made recordings expressing fear of her husband. She had spoken openly about her concerns. She had saved documents. She had preserved information in case something happened to her. These records painted a picture of a woman who felt unsafe, a woman who had quietly prepared for a future she feared might come. Josh Powell's behavior became increasingly suspicious. He refused to cooperate fully. He avoided questions. He hired an attorney. He stopped participating in interviews. Investigators examined his computer. They recovered deleted files. They analyzed internet searches. They examined financial records. They reconstructed timelines. Each piece of evidence suggested planning, secrecy, and concealment. Meanwhile, Susan's parents fought tirelessly to keep the investigation alive. They spoke publicly. They worked with investigators. They refused to let her disappearance fade into silence. They believed strongly that she had not left voluntarily. They believed she had been taken from her children and her life by someone she trusted. The investigation continued for years. Josh Powell remained the primary suspect, but without physical evidence, prosecutors could not immediately file charges. Investigators continued searching remote areas. They analyzed environmental data. They examined vehicle movements. They followed every possible lead. The case remained open, waiting for the piece of evidence that would confirm what investigators already believed. Then, in February 2012, events reached a devastating conclusion. Josh Powell was involved in a supervised visit with his two sons at his home in Washington state. A social worker arrived to monitor the visit. As she approached the house, Josh grabbed the children and pulled them inside. He locked the door behind him. Moments later, an explosion occurred. He had set the house on fire intentionally, ending his own life and the lives of his children. Investigators later confirmed this was deliberate. It was an act designed to prevent any future investigation from forcing him to reveal the truth. Susan Powell was never found, but investigators concluded, based on overwhelming circumstantial evidence, behavioral patterns, digital evidence, and timeline reconstruction, that Josh Powell was responsible for her disappearance and death. Her journals, recordings, and documented fears became her voice, speaking even after she was gone, providing investigators with insight into the reality she had lived. What makes this story especially haunting is not just the disappearance, but the quiet progression of warning signs that existed long before the final event. Susan had sensed danger. She had documented her fears. She had preserved evidence. She had tried, in her own quiet way, to ensure the truth would eventually be seen. Her story remains one of the most disturbing examples of how someone can live beside danger without the world realizing it, and how evidence, even without a physical body, can reveal the truth hidden beneath ordinary life. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a man who built his entire life around control. Control over his appearance, control over his routine, and most importantly, control over how other people saw him. His name was Mark Hacking. And for years, he lived inside a carefully constructed illusion. To his neighbors in Salt Lake City, Utah, he was a quiet husband. To his family, he was someone working toward a career in medicine. To his wife, Lori, he was a partner building a shared future filled with promise. Their apartment was small but comfortable, filled with the ordinary signs of a young couple moving forward in life. Books stacked near the bed, notes written about future plans, and schedules that reflected ambition and hope. Nothing about their life suggested instability. Nothing about Mark suggested violence. But behind the structure of that ordinary life was a secret he had been hiding for years, and that secret was slowly approaching the point where it could no longer remain hidden. Mark and Lori met years earlier and quickly formed a close bond. Lori was disciplined, motivated, and deeply supportive. She believed in Mark's future. She believed in his intelligence. He had told her he was attending medical school, that he was progressing toward becoming a doctor. She trusted him completely. She told friends and family about his achievements with pride. Their families celebrated their progress, believing they were watching two young people build a stable and meaningful future. Mark reinforced this belief by maintaining routines that appeared consistent with his claims. He left home at expected hours. He spoke about exams. He discussed academic pressures. He created the appearance of someone moving steadily toward a professional career. But the truth was different. Mark had never been accepted into medical school. He had lied. The lie did not exist as a single moment of deception. It existed as a structure, something he maintained daily. Each morning he left the apartment not to attend classes, but to preserve the illusion. Each conversation with Lori reinforced the false reality he had created. He understood that the longer the lie existed, the more difficult it would become to escape it. But instead of admitting the truth, he continued building layers around it. He avoided situations where his claims could be directly verified. He controlled conversations. He provided explanations that prevented deeper questioning. He lived in constant awareness that exposure could happen at any moment. By July 2004, that moment was approaching. Lori had begun preparing to move with Mark to North Carolina, where he claimed he had been accepted into a medical program. She had told her family. She had made plans. She had trusted completely in the future he described. But unknown to her, the truth was beginning to surface. Verification requests were being made. Records were being examined. The illusion was weakening. On the morning of July 19th, 2004, Lori woke up early. It was an ordinary morning. She told Mark she planned to go for a run. She often exercised in the mornings. It was part of her routine. She left the apartment wearing running clothes. She did not take her phone. She did not take identification. She did not take anything unusual. She never returned. At first, Mark's behavior appeared consistent with concern. He told people she had gone running and had not come back. He contacted family members. He spoke with police. He repeated the same explanation. He said he had been asleep when she left and did not know what happened after that. Investigators responded quickly. Missing person cases always begin with urgency, especially when the disappearance is sudden and unexplained. They searched nearby areas. They interviewed neighbors. They examined possible routes Lori might have taken during her run. But investigators quickly noticed something unusual. There was no evidence she had gone running. No witnesses had seen her. No cameras captured her. No physical signs suggested she had left the apartment alive. Investigators began focusing on the last person known to have seen her, Mark. At first, his explanations appeared calm and consistent. He described waking up after she had left. He described assuming she had gone running as planned. He described becoming concerned when she did not return. But investigators are trained to observe details beyond words. They observe timing. They observe inconsistencies. They observe behavior. They examined his movements carefully. They discovered that on the day Lori disappeared, Mark had driven his car to a location investigators would later identify as a landfill transfer station. This discovery was critical. Landfill transfer stations serve as collection points where trash is deposited before being transported to larger landfills. Material deposited there becomes extremely difficult to recover. Investigators examined records. They confirmed Mark had accessed the station that morning. This contradicted his earlier statements. He had not mentioned visiting the station. Investigators searched the apartment. Inside, they discovered evidence that suggested violence had occurred. Blood evidence was found. Attempts have been made to clean it. Cleaning can remove visible signs, but forensic analysis can reveal what remains beneath the surface. Investigators used chemical detection methods that exposed traces invisible to the naked eye. The apartment had been cleaned deliberately. Investigators now understood that Lori had never left the apartment alive. Attention intensified. Search teams focused on the landfill connected to the transfer station Mark had visited. This was an enormous task. Landfills contain massive amounts of material, layered and compressed. Finding specific evidence within them requires extraordinary effort. Investigators coordinated teams. They examined records. They identified sections most likely connected to the material deposited that day. Meanwhile, Mark's behavior changed. Under pressure, maintaining his illusion became impossible. On October 1st, 2004, he confessed. He admitted that Lori had discovered the truth. She had learned he was not attending medical school. She had confronted him. The confrontation forced him to face the collapse of the identity he had built. The life he had presented, the future he had promised, the respect he had received, all of it was built on deception. In that moment, he chose violence instead of truth. His confession confirmed what investigators had already begun to prove through evidence. He was arrested. The investigation that followed revealed the full timeline. His lies had been maintained for years. He had constructed routines designed to prevent discovery. He had relied on trust. He had relied on Lori's belief in him. He had relied on the assumption that the illusion could continue indefinitely. But illusions require constant maintenance. And eventually, reality breaks through. At trial, the evidence was clear. Forensic evidence from the apartment, records from the landfill, his own admission. The jury heard the timeline in detail, understanding how his deception had evolved, how it had reached a breaking point, and how investigators had followed the evidence patiently until the truth was undeniable. Mark Hacking was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Today, he remains incarcerated, his life defined not by the future he once pretended to pursue, but by the evidence that exposed him. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man whose voice was calm, whose manners were polite, and whose life appeared stable to everyone who knew him. He lived in a modest neighborhood in Cleveland, Ohio, where streets were quiet at night and neighbors rarely expected anything unusual to happen. His name was Anthony Sowell. People who saw him during the day would never have imagined that behind the closed door of his home, he was living a secret life that would eventually become one of the most disturbing criminal cases in the city's history. For years, he existed quietly among ordinary people, maintaining routines, speaking casually, and blending into the background so completely that no one truly saw what he was capable of. Anthony Sowell had served in the United States Marine Corps when he was younger. After leaving the military, he struggled to maintain stability in his life. He moved between jobs, never building a consistent career. Over time, he settled into a small home on Imperial Avenue in Cleveland. The house itself was aging and worn, like many others in the area. The paint was faded. The structure showed signs of neglect, but nothing about it immediately alarmed anyone. It was simply another house on a street filled with similar homes. Neighbors knew him casually. He was quiet. He kept mostly to himself. Occasionally, people saw women entering his house. This did not seem unusual. He spoke politely when spoken to. He did not attract attention. He did not create scenes. He existed in a way that allowed him to remain unnoticed. But beginning in the early 2000s, women in the area began disappearing. Many of these women lived difficult lives. Some struggled with addiction. Some lived on the margins of society. Their disappearances did not always receive immediate, intense investigation. They vanished quietly, and in some cases, their absence was not fully recognized right away. Anthony continued his life normally during this time. He went outside. He walked through the neighborhood. He interacted with people. He maintained the appearance of an ordinary resident. Inside his house, however, reality was very different. In September 2009, a woman managed to escape from Anthony's home. She ran to the police and reported that he had assaulted her and prevented her from leaving. Her report was detailed and urgent. Officers responded quickly. They went to his home to investigate. When they arrived, they immediately noticed a powerful odor. It was not a normal household smell. It was something far worse. Officers entered the house. Inside, they discovered evidence that confirmed their worst fears. Human remains were present inside the home. Further searches revealed multiple victims. The discovery shocked investigators and the entire community. The quiet house on Imperial Avenue, which had existed unnoticed for years, was now the center of a massive investigation. Detectives worked carefully, documenting everything. They searched every room. They searched the basement. They searched hidden areas within the structure. Anthony Sowell was arrested. When questioned, he did not provide a simple explanation. He spoke slowly. He did not immediately confess to everything, but the evidence inside his home was overwhelming. Forensic analysis connected him directly to multiple victims. Investigators reconstructed the timeline of his crimes. They discovered that he had targeted vulnerable women. He invited them into his home. Once inside, he controlled them. He ensured they could not leave. For years, he had managed to maintain his secret by relying on isolation and silence. The trial that followed revealed the full scope of his actions. Prosecutors presented forensic evidence, witness testimony, and detailed investigative findings. The quiet routines he had maintained for years were exposed as a carefully maintained illusion. He was convicted and sentenced to death. What makes this story especially disturbing is how close he lived to others while hiding such a reality. Neighbors later spoke about seeing him regularly, never suspecting what was happening behind his door. The house existed in plain sight. Nothing about it warned people of what it contained. Anthony's soul had relied on invisibility. He relied on routine. He relied on the assumption that no one would look closely enough. But eventually, one person escaped. One person spoke. And that was enough to bring everything into the open. He remains imprisoned, his life now defined not by the quiet anonymity he once depended on, but by the truth that investigators uncovered piece by piece, revealing the reality that had been hidden behind an ordinary door on an ordinary street. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a decorated war hero who seemed to be living the American dream, about a wife who was found dead in the family swimming pool, and about how a seemingly perfect military officer was hiding a secret life that led to suspicions he had taken not one, but two wives' lives decades apart. In December 2001, Michael Peterson called 911 from his Durham home. Actually, I've already told you that story. Let me tell you a different one. In April 2008, Drew Peterson was arrested for taking the life of his third wife. Wait, I've told you that story too. Let me tell you about a different case. In 2011, Martin McNeil was a well-respected doctor in Pleasant Grove, Utah. He had been married to his wife Michelle for nearly 30 years, and they had 8 children together. Martin appeared to be a devoted family man, successful in his career and active in his church community. But behind this perfect facade, Martin was living a double life that would soon be exposed in the most tragic way. On April 11th, 2007, 50-year-old Michelle McNeil was found unresponsive in the bathtub of her home. She had recently undergone cosmetic surgery, and Martin told investigators that she must have fallen and drowned while recovering from the procedure. He claimed he had been out running errands when he came home and discovered her in the tub. He said he had tried to revive her, but couldn't save her. Initially, Michelle's death was ruled as natural causes, attributed to heart problems related to the surgery and the medication she was taking. But Michelle's daughters, particularly her daughter Alexis, immediately suspected that something was wrong. They couldn't believe their mother had simply died in the bathtub, especially under the circumstances Martin described. What made the family suspicious was Martin's behavior after Michelle's death. Within just 2 weeks of his wife dying, Martin brought a woman named Gypsy Willis into the family home. He introduced her to his younger children as a nanny who would help take care of them. But the older daughters knew the truth. Martin had been having an affair with Gypsy for years, and now he was moving his mistress into their mother's home almost immediately after her death. The daughters began investigating their father and discovered that Martin had a long history of deception. He had lied about his credentials, falsely claiming to have degrees he didn't actually possess. He had been manipulative and controlling in his marriage. And most disturbing, they learned that Martin had pushed Michelle to have the cosmetic surgery she didn't really want, then insisted she take a dangerous combination of medications during her recovery. Alexis McNeil became convinced that her father had deliberately caused her mother's death, so he could be with his mistress. She pushed authorities to reopen the investigation. She gathered evidence of her father's affair and his suspicious behavior. She wouldn't let the case be closed and forgotten. As investigators took a second look at Michelle's death, they discovered troubling facts. Martin had prescribed Michelle a cocktail of powerful medications after her surgery, including drugs that shouldn't have been taken together. He had been the one controlling all her medications and had access to give her anything he wanted. The combination of drugs found in Michelle's system could have caused her to lose consciousness and drown. Witnesses came forward saying they had overheard Martin talking about wanting to be free of his marriage. Prison inmates testified that Martin had once asked them for advice about how to make someone's death look like an accident. Phone records showed Martin had been in constant contact with Gypsy Willis before and after Michelle's death. Most damaging was testimony from Michelle's own daughters, who described how Martin had insisted on sending them away on errands the day Michelle died, ensuring no one would be home. They testified that Martin had been pushing Michelle to take more and more medication, and that Michelle had been scared of him in the days before her death. In 2012, 5 years after Michelle's death, Martin McNeil was arrested and charged with taking his wife's life. His trial began in October 2013 and attracted national media attention. The prosecution painted Martin as a narcissistic manipulator who had grown tired of his wife and wanted to replace her with his mistress. They argued he had essentially poisoned Michelle with drugs and then drowned her in the bathtub, staging it to look like an accident related to her surgery. Martin's defense team argued that Michelle's death was indeed an accident or natural causes related to her heart condition and the surgery. They tried to discredit the daughter's testimony by suggesting they were estranged from their father and had financial motives for wanting him convicted. They attacked the credibility of the prison inmate witnesses, but the evidence was too strong. In November 2013, Martin McNeil was found guilty of taking Michelle's life and of obstruction of justice. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. The verdict brought some measure of justice for Michelle's daughters, who had fought for years to hold their father accountable. But the case didn't end there. Investigators began looking into another death connected to Martin McNeil. In 1974, a 2-year-old girl who had been in Martin's care had drowned in a bathtub under suspicious circumstances. The case had been ruled accidental at the time, but now investigators wondered if Martin had been responsible for that death as well. No charges were ever filed in that case due to lack of evidence and the passage of time. Martin McNeil's conviction exposed him not as the respectable doctor and family man he pretended to be, but as a liar, manipulator, and killer who had destroyed his family to satisfy his own desires. He had taken the life of the mother of his children so he could be with his mistress, then showed no remorse for what he had done. Michelle McNeil was remembered by her daughters as a loving mother who had dedicated her life to her children. She had worked hard to support Martin's career and had raised their large family with devotion. She deserved to grow old and watch her children and grandchildren grow up. But instead her life was stolen by the man who had promised to love and protect her. In April 2017, Martin McNeil was found unresponsive in his prison cell. He had died of natural causes at age 61. He spent less than 4 years in prison for taking Michelle's life, a fraction of the time his daughters believe he deserved. His death meant he would never face justice for any other potential crimes, and that he would never provide full answers about what really happened to Michelle on that April day in 2007. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of Mentor, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. I'm going to tell you a story about madness disguised as mission, about a man who believed himself beyond judgment, and about how obsession with purity can transform into the purest form of evil. In the grimy streets of London's Whitechapel district during the autumn of 1888, where poverty crushed souls and women sold their bodies to survive another day, a killer was stalking the fog-shrouded alleys. He targeted prostitutes, women society had already discarded, and he mutilated them with surgical precision that suggested medical knowledge. His identity remained unknown, his motives a mystery, and his crime sparked a media frenzy that made him the world's first celebrity serial killer. This is the story of Jack the Ripper, though his true identity has never been definitively proven. Between August and November 1888, he murdered at least 5 women in London's East End, though some investigators believe he killed more. He would approach them in the early morning hours, quickly slash their throats, then mutilate their bodies with a knife, removing organs with skill that suggested anatomical knowledge. He sent taunting letters to police and newspapers, claiming responsibility and promising more murders. Then he vanished, never caught, leaving behind only questions and a legend that has endured for over a century. The canonical 5 victims, those definitively attributed to the Ripper, were Marion Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly. All were impoverished women in their 40s who worked as prostitutes in Whitechapel, one of London's most desperate slums. They lived in doss houses, drinking away what little money they earned, trapped in cycles of poverty and addiction with no hope of escape. The first victim, Marion Nichols, was found on August 31st, 1888, in Bucks Row. Her throat had been cut so deeply she was nearly decapitated, and her abdomen had been slashed open. The brutality shocked even seasoned police officers accustomed to Whitechapel's violence. Annie Chapman was discovered on September 8th in the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street. She had been killed and mutilated in the same manner as Nichols, but this time the killer had removed her uterus and taken it with him. This suggested someone with anatomical knowledge and raised theories that the killer might be a doctor or surgeon. On September 30th, 2 murders occurred in one night. Elizabeth Stride was found with her throat cut, but not mutilated, possibly because the killer was interrupted. Less than an hour later, Catherine Eddowes was discovered in Mitre Square, murdered and extensively mutilated. Her kidney had been removed. This double murder created panic throughout London. The final canonical victim, Mary Jane Kelly, was killed on November 9th in her small rented room. Unlike the others who had been killed outdoors, Kelly's murder occurred indoors where the killer had time and privacy. The mutilation was extreme, her body so extensively cut and organs removed that she was barely recognizable. The scene was photographed, creating images that remain among the most disturbing crime scene photos in history. During this period, numerous letters were sent to police and newspapers claiming to be from a killer. Most were hoaxes, but 2 have been considered potentially genuine by investigators. The Dear Boss letter, received September 27th, introduced the name Jack the Ripper and promised more killings. The From Hell letter, received October 16th, came with half a human kidney that the writer claimed came from Catherine Eddowes. The investigation was massive, but hampered by limited forensic technology and the chaotic conditions of Whitechapel. Police interviewed thousands of people, pursued numerous suspects, and employed innovative techniques like crime scene photography. But they never definitively identified the killer. Theories about Jack the Ripper's identity have proliferated for over a century. Suspects have included Montague John Druitt, a barrister who drowned himself shortly after the final murder; Aaron Kosminski, a Polish immigrant with mental illness who was confined to an asylum; Michael Ostrog, a Russian con artist with a history of violence; Walter Sickert, an artist whose paintings some believe contain clues about the murders. Even members of the royal family have been implicated in conspiracy theories, though without credible evidence. Modern forensic analysis using DNA from letters and evidence has pointed to some suspects more than others, but definitive proof remains elusive. The contamination of evidence over 130 years and the questionable chain of custody make conclusive identification impossible. What makes Jack the Ripper significant beyond the murders themselves is his cultural impact. He became the prototype for the serial killer in popular imagination, the mysterious figure who kills without clear motive and eludes capture. The Victorian press sensationalized the crimes, creating a media circus that amplified fear throughout London and captured international attention. The murders also exposed the desperate conditions in London's East End, where poverty forced women into prostitution and made them vulnerable to violence. Social reformers used the Ripper case to advocate for better housing, employment opportunities, and support for the poor. The victims, who had lived and died in obscurity, became symbols of society's failure to protect its most vulnerable members. The Ripper's surgical skill and apparent anatomical knowledge sparked theories he was a doctor, leading to distrust of medical professionals in Whitechapel. His ability to disappear after murders in crowded areas suggested someone who belonged in the neighborhood, who could blend in rather than stand out as suspicious. Some historians believe Jack the Ripper stopped killing because he died, was imprisoned for another crime, or was institutionalized in an asylum. Others think he may have emigrated or simply stopped for reasons unknown. The abrupt end to the murder series remains as mysterious as the killer's identity. The 5 canonical victims are now more famous in death than they ever were in life. Marion Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly have been studied extensively, their lives examined for clues about why they were targeted and what they might reveal about their killer. The Jack the Ripper case remains unsolved, one of history's most infamous cold cases. The killer's identity is likely lost to time, but his crimes change how society viewed serial murder and how media covered violent crime. He transformed from a real killer into a legend, a symbol of Victorian-era fears about modernity, urbanization, and the darkness lurking in city streets. The women he killed deserve to be remembered not just as victims, but as individuals who lived difficult lives in impossible circumstances, who were let down by society before they were destroyed by a madman. Their deaths exposed the brutal realities of poverty and inspired reforms that helped others, though the changes came too late to save them. Jack the Ripper vanished into history, but his shadow stretches across more than a century, a reminder that some evil escapes justice and some questions remain forever unanswered, leaving only victims, mysteries, and a haunting knowledge that a killer once walked London streets and was never caught. I'm going to tell you a story about faith, power, and silence. About how an institution trusted by millions became the shelter for predators who used the language of God to destroy lives. This is the story of how the Catholic Church's greatest sin was not just what was done, but what it allowed to continue. For centuries, the Catholic Church stood as one of the most powerful institutions on earth. It preached compassion, morality, and the protection of the innocent. Priests were seen as moral guides, spiritual fathers who comforted families, baptized children, and buried the dead. In many small towns, a priest's word carried more weight than any law or government. People believed they represented holiness itself. But beneath that image, hidden for decades, an epidemic of abuse was spreading across parishes, schools, and orphanages. It was not the story of one man or one place. It was a pattern repeated around the world. In the United States, Ireland, Australia, Latin America, and Europe, a pattern of priests abusing children and a church hierarchy protecting them. The earliest public cases appeared in the 1980s, but the roots went back much further. Survivors later revealed that the abuse had been happening for generations, buried behind closed doors and sealed files. In many cases, victims were children as young as 7 or 8, altar boys, choir members, and students who looked up to their priests as father figures. The abuse often followed the same pattern. A priest would identify a vulnerable child, usually one from a devout family or a broken home. He would offer attention, kindness, or gifts, gestures that seemed harmless to parents who trusted the church completely. Once that trust was secured, the abuse began. Some victims were assaulted in rectories, others in confession rooms, church basements, or during trips organized by the parish. For decades, when parents or victims tried to report what happened, their complaints were quietly dismissed. Church officials moved accused priests from one parish to another instead of calling the police. Each transfer gave predators a new set of victims. The church claimed these were isolated incidents or misunderstandings. In truth, it was a system designed to protect itself from scandal. In 1985, a young Louisiana priest named Gilbert Goff became one of the first publicly exposed abusers. His case revealed that church leaders had known about his behavior for years but kept it secret. Dozens of children had been assaulted. The revelation shattered the illusion of moral perfection that surrounded the clergy. But even then, the full scope of the problem was not yet understood. By the early 2000s, everything changed. The Boston Globe newspaper launched an investigation after receiving sealed court documents showing that church officials had covered up decades of abuse. The Globe's reporters uncovered a network of secrecy that reached from local parishes all the way to the Vatican. Their 2002 expose revealed that more than 70 priests in the Boston area alone had been accused of abusing minors, and that church leaders had reassigned them again and again despite repeated warnings. The impact was explosive. The stories poured in from across the United States. Thousands of survivors describing nearly identical experiences of manipulation, guilt, and silence. Investigations spread to other countries, uncovering systemic abuse in Ireland, Germany, Chile, and Australia. In Ireland, government inquiries later revealed abuse in Catholic-run orphanages and industrial schools dating back to the 1940s. Some survivors described physical and sexual assaults so severe they left lifelong trauma. The church responded by expressing sorrow, but often avoided responsibility. High-ranking bishops claimed they had trusted their priests or misunderstood the seriousness of the allegations. Yet internal documents showed otherwise. Memos, letters, and reports revealed that church leaders had known for decades about abusers and had deliberately chosen to conceal their crimes. In 2018, a grand jury investigation in Pennsylvania released a report that changed everything. The report named over 300 priests who had abused more than 1,000 children over 70 years. The evidence included internal church archives that described abuse in horrifying detail. Some files showed that church officials had recorded the crimes but never alerted law enforcement. Instead, they offered counseling to the priests, sent them on retreats, and quietly reassigned them to new parishes. The survivors' testimonies were heartbreaking. Many described how the abuse had shattered their faith, leaving them unable to enter a church again. Others spoke of lives consumed by depression, addiction, or guilt, feelings rooted in the manipulation that made them believe the abuse was their fault. For decades, many have been too ashamed to tell anyone. It was only when others spoke out publicly that they found the strength to come forward. Financially, the church faced massive consequences. By the 2020s, Catholic dioceses across the United States had paid more than $4 billion in settlements to victims. Some dioceses declared bankruptcy to avoid further lawsuits. But no amount of money could heal the damage done to the people who had once believed the church represented safety and purity. In Ireland, entire generations grew up under the shadow of what was later called the Magdalene Laundries, institutions where girls and women, often victims of abuse, were confined, exploited, and silenced by nuns. In Australia, a royal commission found that 7% of priests had been accused of sexual abuse between 1950 and 2010. The numbers revealed that this was not a few isolated bad actors. It was a structural failure stretching across continents. The Vatican itself was forced to confront the crisis publicly. In recent years, Popes Benedict and Francis both acknowledged the scale of the wrongdoing. Francis met with survivors, promising reform and accountability. But critics argued that the church's response remained too slow and too focused on damage control rather than justice. The deeper tragedy lies in the betrayal of faith. For victims, their abusers were not strangers. They were men who baptized them, heard their confessions, and preached about sin and forgiveness. The manipulation went beyond physical harm. It attacked the very core of trust and belief. Today, the Catholic Church continues to face investigations and lawsuits around the world. Many countries have established new laws requiring the immediate reporting of abuse, regardless of religious confidentiality. Some dioceses have implemented background checks and training programs. But for the countless survivors who never received justice, the scars remain. The Church's failure was not only in the crimes themselves, but in the decades of denial that followed. It showed how power and secrecy can turn even the most sacred institutions into places of fear. The damage stretched far beyond the victims. It eroded the faith of millions who once looked to the Church for moral guidance. The story of the Catholic Church abuse crisis is not just about religion. It is about how human systems can become corrupted by pride, and how silence can destroy more lives than violence ever could. Even now, survivors gather quietly in support groups around the world, lighting candles for those who never found the courage to speak. Their strength, not the Church's apologies, is what has kept the truth alive. I'm going to tell you a story about power, silence, and the cost of speaking the truth. It is the story of how an industry built on dreams and fame allowed one man to control women's futures through fear. This is the story of Harvey Weinstein and the system that helped him stay untouchable for decades. For years, Harvey Weinstein was one of the most powerful figures in Hollywood. As the co-founder of Miramax and later the Weinstein Company, he produced dozens of award-winning films that shaped modern cinema. He stood on the stages of the Academy Awards, shaking hands with actors, directors, and politicians. His name appeared in movie credits alongside some of the greatest titles of the 1990s and 2000s. To the public, he was the man who made stars. Inside the industry, he was feared. Weinstein's story began in Queens, New York, where he and his brother Bob grew up in a working-class family. In the 1970s, the two founded Miramax, naming it after their parents, Miriam and Max. They began by distributing small independent films, slowly building a reputation for bringing daring stories to mainstream audiences. By the 1990s, Miramax was a powerhouse. It released Pulp Fiction, The English Patient, Shakespeare in Love, and countless others that defined a generation. But behind the scenes, Harvey Weinstein ruled through intimidation. Colleagues described him as explosive, controlling, and obsessed with dominance. He shouted at assistants, humiliated executives, and demanded absolute loyalty. That same hunger for power extended beyond his office and into his relationships with women. In hotel suites, production offices, and film festivals, Weinstein used his position to lure aspiring actresses and employees into situations where he could exploit them. He would promise career opportunities, auditions, or roles, but once alone, he would corner them, harass them, or assault them. Many women described the same routine, a meeting about work that turned into pressure, coercion, and threats. For years, the rumors spread quietly. Agents warned their clients to be careful. Some assistants tried to speak up, but were silenced by non-disclosure agreements or fear of losing their careers. Hollywood's culture of secrecy made it easy for him to operate. His films employed thousands, his influence stretched across studios, and his donations reached politicians and charities. Speaking against him meant risking everything. When women did try to go public, the system around Weinstein reacted to protect him. Lawyers threatened lawsuits. Tabloids were used to discredit victims. In some cases, private investigators were hired to track women who were considering speaking out. The first public cracks appeared in 2015 when actress Ashley Judd mentioned an unnamed studio executive who had made inappropriate advances toward her. Her story drew attention, but no one named Weinstein yet. That would change 2 years later. In October 2017, the New York Times published an article by Jodi Kantor and Megan Twohey detailing multiple allegations of sexual harassment and assault against Harvey Weinstein, spanning 3 decades. Within days, The New Yorker followed with another investigation by Ronan Farrow, containing even more accounts, including women describing rape and intimidation. The story shared chilling similarities: hotel meetings, locked doors, demands for massages, and threats when they refused. The impact was immediate. Dozens of women, actresses, assistants, models, journalists came forward. Among them were well-known names like Gwyneth Paltrow, Angelina Jolie, Rosanna Arquette, and Salma Hayek. Many had remained silent for years, afraid of what would happen if they challenged a man so deeply connected to the industry. As the accusations grew, so did the realization that this was not an isolated case of one predator. It was a window into how Hollywood had normalized abuse of power for decades. The story ignited a movement. Women across industries began sharing their own experiences under the hashtag #MeToo, a phrase originally coined by activist Turner Burke years earlier to support survivors of sexual violence. Within months, the #MeToo movement became a global reckoning. Harvey Weinstein was fired from his own company and expelled from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. His empire crumbled overnight. But the real test would come in court. In 2020, after years of legal battles, Weinstein stood trial in New York. 6 women testified, describing how he had assaulted them and used his power to silence them. The prosecution presented a pattern of manipulation, using his position as a gatekeeper of careers to control young women's lives. The defense tried to argue that the encounters were consensual and part of the power dynamics of the industry. The jury disagreed. Weinstein was convicted of rape and sexual assault and sentenced to 23 years in prison. Later, additional charges in California led to another conviction, adding 16 more years to his sentence. Once one of the most powerful men in entertainment, he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. The consequences went far beyond Weinstein himself. His downfall opened a floodgate. Executives, directors, journalists, and politicians across the world faced new scrutiny. Victims who had stayed silent for years finally spoke out. Entire organizations reevaluated their policies on harassment and consent. For many women, the movement represented the first time their voices were believed. Yet for others, it was a painful reminder of how long the system had ignored them. Some of Weinstein's victims had tried to report him in the 1990s, but were dismissed or paid off through settlements that buried their stories. The legal structures that protected powerful men for so long, non-disclosure agreements, private arbitration, and corporate complicity, began to crumble only after the media exposure. The film industry has tried to move forward, but the scars remain. Many survivors of Weinstein's abuse continue to deal with trauma, therapy, and careers that never recovered. Some left the industry entirely. The #MeToo movement, though transformative, also faced backlash. Critics claimed it created fear and overcorrection. But its impact was undeniable. It changed how the world talks about consent, accountability, and power. Weinstein's case showed how abuse can hide in plain sight when wealth and influence are involved. He surrounded himself with enablers, lawyers, publicists, and executives who benefited from his success and looked away from his crimes. In the end, his downfall was not only a personal collapse, but an indictment of an entire culture that prioritized money and fame over humanity. When he entered the courtroom in handcuffs, Limping and pale, the image symbolized the end of an era, the moment when power no longer guaranteed protection. For decades, Hollywood had rewarded silence. Now, silence had finally broken. Harvey Weinstein will likely die in prison. His name, once attached to golden statues and glamorous parties, now stands as a warning, a symbol of what happens when power goes unchecked. But the women who spoke out did more than expose one man. They exposed a system built on fear and silence. And they changed the world by refusing to stay quiet. Their voices created a movement that outlived his power, proving that even in the darkest corners of fame, truth still finds a way to be heard. I'm going to tell you a story about jealousy that festered into obsession, about a woman who could not accept rejection, and about how love can twist into something so dark it destroys everyone it touches. In the quiet suburb of Clear Lake, Texas, where families raised children in safe neighborhoods and high school sweethearts dreamed of futures together, a love triangle was developing that would end in unimaginable violence. A former NASA flight controller was stalking her ex-boyfriend and his new lover, unable to accept that he had moved on. Her obsession would culminate in a nightmarish act that shocked the nation. This is the story of Clara Harris. On July 24th, 2002, this successful dentist discovered her husband was having an affair with his receptionist. Hours after confronting them at a hotel, Clara ran over her husband, David, repeatedly with her Mercedes in a hotel parking lot, killing him while their teenage stepdaughter watched in horror from the car. The murder was captured on video by a private investigator Clara had hired, providing undeniable evidence of a crime driven by rage and betrayal. Clara Suarez was born on February 3rd, 1958, in Bogota, Colombia. She came from a wealthy, educated family and showed early academic promise. She excelled in school and pursued dentistry, earning her degree and establishing herself as a skilled professional. She was ambitious and driven, accustomed to success and control over her life. Clara moved to the United States and built a successful dental practice in Houston, Texas. She met David Harris, a fellow dentist, and they married in 1992. Together, they ran a thriving orthodontic practice, living in an affluent suburb with David's twin sons from a previous marriage. To outsiders, they seemed like a successful, attractive couple living the American dream. But by the early 2000s, their marriage was troubled. David was unhappy and began an affair with Gail Bridges, a receptionist at their dental office. The affair was not subtle, and Clara became suspicious. In July 2002, she confirmed her fears by hiring a private investigator who documented David and Gail meeting at hotels. On July 24th, 2002, Clara and her stepdaughter Lindsay followed the private investigator to the Nassau Bay Hilton where David was meeting Gail. Clara confronted them in the hotel lobby, creating a scene. Hotel staff intervened and asked everyone to leave. David and Gail went to the parking lot. What happened next was captured on video by the private investigator's camera. Clara got into her silver Mercedes with Lindsay in the passenger seat. She spotted David and Gail in the parking lot and accelerated toward them. David pushed Gail out of the way, saving her, but Clara struck him with the car, knocking him down. Then Clara did something that transformed an act of rage into calculated murder. She circled the parking lot and ran over David's body again and again. Witnesses counted 3 or 4 times that she deliberately drove over her husband while Lindsay screamed for her to stop. When Clara finally stopped, David was dead, his body crushed beneath the wheels of the car his wife had been driving. Clara immediately began claiming it was an accident, that she had lost control of the vehicle. But the video evidence was damning. It clearly showed her circling the parking lot repeatedly, deliberately running over David each time. Multiple witnesses testified that it was obviously intentional. During her trial in 2003, Clara's defense team tried to argue she had suffered a temporary breakdown driven by the discovery of the affair. They presented her as a devoted wife who had been betrayed and snapped in a moment of emotional crisis. But prosecutors showed this was not a momentary loss of control, but sustained violence. She had run over David multiple times, each pass requiring a conscious decision to continue. The most heartbreaking testimony came from Lindsay, David's teenage daughter who had been in the car during the murder. She described screaming at Clara to stop, begging her to end the violence. But Clara had ignored her and continued running over David. Lindsay had loved her stepmother, but now had to testify against her about the most traumatic experience of her life. On February 14, 2003, Valentine's Day, Clara Harris was convicted of murder. The jury rejected her claims of accident or temporary insanity. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison and ordered to pay $10,000 in fines. Judge Carol Davies called her actions calculated and deliberate. Clara served 15 years of her sentence, during which she maintained that she had not intended to kill David, that she loved him, and the violence was an aberration driven by overwhelming emotion. She expressed remorse, but continued to minimize her responsibility, claiming she had only meant to scare him or damage the car, not to kill him. She was released from prison in May 2018 after serving her sentence. She returned to Colombia where she had family support and began trying to rebuild her life. But she left behind a destroyed family in Texas. David's sons from his first marriage had lost their father to their stepmother's rage. Lindsay, who had witnessed the murder, carried trauma that therapy could never fully heal. Gail Bridges, the woman David had been having an affair with, lived with guilt and grief. She had survived only because David pushed her out of the way, sacrificing himself. She had to process both surviving and knowing that her affair had been the catalyst for the violence. The Clara Harris case became infamous as an example of crimes of passion, though that term minimizes the calculated nature of what she did. Running over someone repeatedly is not a momentary loss of control, but sustained violence requiring multiple conscious decisions to continue. It revealed how betrayal and humiliation can drive even successful, educated people to commit acts they would have considered unthinkable before jealousy consumed them. Clara had built a life of success and respectability, but when faced with rejection and infidelity, she chose violence over walking away, destroying everything she had built and taking the life of the man she claimed to love. The video of the murder, shown repeatedly during trial and news coverage, became one of the most disturbing pieces of evidence in a crime driven by the oldest motive in human history. If I cannot have you, no one will. David Harris died in a hotel parking lot, crushed under the wheels of a car driven by the woman he had married, betrayed, and underestimated in the most fatal way possible. I'm going to tell you a story about obsession, manipulation, and how a desire for control can turn an ordinary life into a nightmare. This is the story of Ariel Castro, a man whose quiet presence masked unspeakable evil, and the crimes that shocked a city, a nation, and ultimately the world. Ariel Castro was born on July 24, 1960, in Cleveland, Ohio, to Puerto Rican parents. His early life was difficult. His father was reportedly strict and sometimes abusive, and the family struggled financially. Ariel had an older brother and two sisters, and those closest to him described him as shy, withdrawn, and emotionally unstable. From a young age, he exhibited signs of possessiveness and control, though few realized how far these tendencies would later escalate. As a teenager, Castro was considered socially awkward. He struggled in school and often kept to himself. While some classmates described him as polite and courteous, others noticed his temper and his obsession with asserting dominance over situations he could control. He later worked as a bus driver for the Cleveland Transit System, a job that gave him access to the city and allowed him to blend into everyday life while planning darker acts in secret. In the early 1990s, Castro's life took a seemingly ordinary turn. He married, had children, and bought a house in a quiet Cleveland neighborhood. Friends and neighbors saw a family man, someone who appeared caring and stable. But behind closed doors, a darker side of his personality was developing, fueled by a desire to control and dominate. In 2002, Ariel Castro's obsession turned horrific. He began targeting young women in the Cleveland area, luring them into his home with promises of friendship, work opportunities, or help. Once inside, his charm disappeared, replaced by a chilling need for control and domination. Castro kidnapped Michelle Knight, Amanda Berry, and Gina De Jesus over a period spanning from 2002 to 2004. Each woman was held captive for years in his house, subjected to unimaginable abuse, and stripped of any autonomy. Michelle Knight was the first victim. On August 23, 2002, she was 21 years old when Castro abducted her. He held her for over a decade, convincing her that no one could help her and isolating her completely. 2 years later, he kidnapped Amanda Berry, then 16, and in 2004, Gina De Jesus, age 14. Each woman was subjected to physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, all under Castro's careful control. He installed locks and barricades, removed phone lines, and constantly monitored their movements, creating an environment of fear and helplessness. The house itself became a prison, with secret rooms, padlocks, and surveillance to ensure the victims could not escape. Castro manipulated them psychologically, alternating between cruelty and false kindness to maintain control. He allowed the women to move only under his supervision, forbade contact with the outside world, and created a system where they were entirely dependent on him. For over a decade, the women endured this captivity, surviving through resilience, small acts of defiance, and the hope that someone, someday, would notice their absence. Outside, neighbors in the community noticed nothing unusual. Castro presented himself as a normal man, driving his bus, working, and interacting politely with neighbors. His crimes went unnoticed because he was careful, calculated, and able to hide in plain sight. The breakthrough came on May 6, 2013. Amanda Berry, pregnant at the time, managed to escape when Castro left a door unlocked. She ran down the street, screaming for help, and neighbors intervened. Police arrived and discovered Michelle Knight and Gina De Jesus still confined in the house. The rescue shocked Cleveland and the entire nation, revealing the true extent of Castro's cruelty. Authorities investigated the house and found evidence of the horrific abuse the women had endured. They discovered physical restraints, damaged doors, and evidence of prolonged captivity. The women described years of psychological torment, repeated sexual assaults, and the constant fear of death. Castro's careful planning and ability to maintain a facade of normalcy made the revelations even more disturbing. He had lived among neighbors, friends, and co-workers for years while committing acts of unimaginable cruelty in his own home. Ariel Castro was arrested and charged with kidnapping, rape, and murder charges related to the abuse. During the legal proceedings, prosecutors highlighted not only the physical and sexual abuse, but also the psychological manipulation, control, and terror Castro had imposed. In July 2013, he pled guilty to 937 criminal counts, including aggravated murder for the death of a fetus born by Amanda Berry. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus 1,000 years, a sentence designed to ensure he would never be free again. The story of Ariel Castro shocked the world, not only because of the crimes themselves, but because of how someone who seemed ordinary, even kind on the surface, could commit such horrors in secrecy. Psychologists examining the case later noted patterns of extreme control, narcissism, and sadism, combined with the ability to mask true intentions behind charm and civility. Castro's actions became a case study in how predators can hide in plain sight, exploiting trust, routine, and societal assumptions about normalcy. The aftermath of the case focused on the resilience of the victims. Michelle Knight, Amanda Berry, and Gina De Jesus rebuilt their lives, becoming advocates for survivors of abuse and kidnapping. Their courage and strength highlighted the human capacity to survive even the most unimaginable trauma. Meanwhile, Cleveland and the nation grappled with the horrifying realization that someone living among them had committed such calculated, prolonged evil. The Ariel Castro case remains one of the most disturbing modern crimes in U.S. history, demonstrating the danger of obsession, the extremes of psychological manipulation, and the terrifying truth that evil can exist behind the most ordinary of doors. It is a story of horror, Yes, but also of survival, resilience, and the unbreakable human spirit, showing that even in the darkest situations, hope and courage can prevail.